What's up?
What's going on? Note first in the room. So, folks, if you saw my post, it's not just Sean and I tonight. We got a special guest. I think most of you know this dude. Let's bring him on.
I'm just here to make fun of Sean, and so I don't get fined.
Nice. All right. Well, it's a few minutes. Let a couple more folks get in the room. While we're waiting on that, though, I do have something I want y'all to check out when you get a chance. You can pop over there, say hi. But 9-panel grid, Stu, and Fable are going to have a show on Ink and Insights. Hey, Triple B, what's going on, man? So I'm going to put that link in there. Stop by, tell them we said hello.
One sec. I just realized I forgot something important.
You turn your camera off and you don't even mute your microphone, bro. Yeah. Like, we got to talk about like professionalism on camera, Sean.
Yeah.
Professionalism ended at the office at 11 last night.
Hey, Randy, what's going on, man? So as you see, we got Kyle in here. He's going to join in on the conversation. And you know how we do these things, folks. We got a couple things to show people, and pretty much the rest of the show is going to be guided by y'all, whatever y'all want to talk about. But I have started, for whatever reason, at 3:30 in the morning the other morning. I decided I'm going to open an account on League of Comic Geek and start scanning our collection in. I did this till about 6 or 7 in the morning, took a nap, woke up, worked Friday. While I was going through the collection, I found something, and I totally forgot that I had this. And it's this world's finest right here. It's the famous Batman slapping Robin, except it's Soup slapping Batman. I thought that was really cool. I found a bunch of stuff, man. Like, I was looking through and I was like, I have this. I totally forgot. Like, I'm only, I think, 4 short boxes, a magazine sleeve, and maybe a couple odds and ends through it. So I only have like 560 something things on there right now. But I also found in that box, and I don't know why I put it in the box, this was an original piece by CJ, our buddy CJ Design. Superman piece he sent me. Really awesome. CJ just was like, hey man, I'm going to send you some stuff. And I was like, all right. But something else we got in today. In fact, right before Kyle and I did our live sale show. Ooh, that's super shiny. That one.
Yeah, that's not Thundercats Ho on a cover. That's it.
That's the Thundercats Comics Pro exclusive foil.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Sean also got himself this.
Oh, I'm like, wait, where did Jay get that? Oh, he got it from me.
Yeah. Remember, Jay, just pick whichever one of the Thundercats covers you want.
Absolutely, I will. So yeah, that's very tiny. Very. Looks really good in person. I can't wait for Sean to come pick this thing up. So got a couple of, I say a couple of comics, but they're basically the same series. But I was able to read a certain book this past Tuesday on Minute to Skim It. And I have to talk about it here. And of course I'm talking about Where Monsters Lie from Dark Horse. I have said all I've needed to say about this book Sean and Kyle, whichever one to go first, let the folks hear your opinion of this.
Well, I didn't read this week's issue because
Well, this is the first series.
the original series.
Yes.
Yeah, this is flat out one of the best. Like, I don't even know if you can call it a horror comedy, but flat out one of the best series I've ever read, bar none.
Yeah, it's got definite Tucker and Dale versus Evil vibes. Like, where it is totally a comedy, but like when you laugh, you're like, I'm definitely going to hell.
Yeah.
Like, I am a bad person for finding this nearly as funny as I do. And like that's not a bad thing. The thing about this particular book for me, and it's an interesting kind of problem to have, I guess. I don't want to read the new series.
Mm.
Like I'm having tremendous trepidation about the new series. I read the first book and it was like, okay, it's good. But I've read so many comics where the first series is phenomenal because the artist, the creator, the writer, whatever, has been mulling this idea forever. You know, they've had this concept for years, and so they've worked it out. And then by the end of this, or by the middle of the second series, you're like, oh, they ran out of shit. Sorry, Jay, I just told you I wasn't going to cuss a bunch.
Nah, you're good.
I cussed right away.
You're good.
But they've run out of ideas, right? Where you could tell they've just gone, well, I don't know where to go from here. I didn't expect to be successful. Or, you know, I expected to be successful, but I didn't think it'd be that successful. Anyway, so on Where Monsters Lie Cul-de-sac, the new volume, I'm probably going to pull what Mr. Nope is mentioning. Like, I'm going to wait for the trade, and I'm just going to read it. And that way, if I'm disappointed, it's not like I'm bailing in the middle of a series.
Right. I got you. And funny enough, you mentioned that because the next thing I was going to talk about was cul-de-sac. I saw that issue 2 was on my list or in the books this week, and I was like, you know what? I went ahead and I got issue 1. Let me go ahead and read both of these together. And for me, I think this has the potential to be even better than the first one, just going by the second issue, because it's a whole. You got 2 or 3 characters from the first one, because you know most of them. Read the book and you'll find out. And we have a whole new set of killers. But the most interesting thing to me is the guy on this cover and that whole story. So when I read issue 2, I was like, you know what? If it shows up on the list the next time it's my turn, I'm not going to review it. I'm not going to review it because I think I'm also going to wait for this trade, but for a different reason. I'm already all in with this one. And Sean, have you been able to read either one of these yet? The first or second issue of Cul-de-sac?
Yeah, I read the first one.
Well, what do you think about that?
I thought it was good. Maybe not as great an opening issue as the first series, but then again, we are continuing the story almost right after. That's the only spoiler I'll give anybody, by the way. This is literally basically taking place right after the events of the first one. But there is some humor to it. The killer, whose name we just cannot say, and the dog, I think that's going to continue to be like one of those things that's going to be hilarious when it does happen, kind of like it was in the first go around.
Mm-hmm.
But this one feels like it's going to be way more twisty turny. There's going to be a little more twists than there were with the first run, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And I know, Kyle. You read the first one. You didn't read the second one yet, right?
No, I didn't read the second one yet. And like I said earlier, I probably won't until we're till the trade hits. And even then I may wait a while. Like in the sense of I may wait and to see, is there going to be a third volume? Is there going to be, an omnibus kind of thing?
Oh, right.
That may be the direction I go, right? So I can reread the first volume, because the a little bit of inside EXP baseball, right? Like Jay and I get PDFs, so I don't actually always get physical copies of these books. Like I didn't get physical copies of Where Monsters Lie, the first volume. Like it just didn't make sense for me to buy it, and so I didn't. So I can't go back and reread them. So I may wait again, pick up the trade of volume 1, pick up the trade of volume 2, or wait and see if they're going to omnibus it or what they're going to do, because Dark Horse tends to do that kind of stuff, and then sit and go, okay, one weekend I'm just going to go to my dark place and think about the things I want to do to people in my life, or I wish, happen more frequently or whatever, and go that direction with it. So the character on the cover to me, and I can't remember his name, isn't even the most interesting character in the new volume.
I think it's like Connor or something.
Right. The most interesting character in the new volume is not the most interesting story, should say. For me, it's the story of the kid who survived the first volume.
Yep.
And that whole thing, like, at what point does this turn into like Road Trip? Yeah. Or like, what's that movie where the guy has the chimpanzee and they're trying to go across the country?
Oh man, it's a Clint Eastwood movie, right?
I'm not even sure.
Dang it.
Yeah. But like it has that sort of thing. And so, like I said, I'm interested to see where it goes. I'm interested to see what's possible with it. But to me, the most interesting part is almost the secondary storyline for most folks.
Yeah. Like I said, that issue 2 is, I think people who are looking forward to that might actually be pleasantly surprised by the second issue. Every which way.
Nah, that ain't it.
That's not it?
No. Something in the bear.
Oh, BJ and the bear?
Something in Bongo. Something in like Turner and Hooch.
Jay and Bob Strike Back.
Jay and Bob Strike Back, except that like the most interesting part to that movie is not Harley Quinn, not Harley Smith. It's totally Jay. So
true. Yeah, so those were the 2 books I wanted to talk about this week. And before we get into our off the rails,
can I throw out a book that I think probably a lot of people slept on that they ought to check out?
Yeah.
Spectrum from Mad Cave.
Spectrum.
Especially if you're a musician or a musical person, or you come from the kind of live music or band or really musicianship background. Written by, I don't know the writer, but I know the artist. The artist is a guy named Dave Chisholm, who is, while a comic book writer and artist, is also a professor of jazz and teaches trumpet. This is a book. The marketing they did for this as they were working on it was, has a song ever saved your life? And like, I don't know about other people, but I could think of about a dozen. Mm-hmm. Right? So It turns into this, okay, you've got me there. Has a song ever saved your life? But then you get to reading the book, and it's about how, it really is about how music can heal the wounds of our psyche. And also to be patently obvious, kind of straight up piss you off. And so, like the suggestion I gave them was actually Here's to the Night by Eve 6, which was a song that kind of got me through the death of my best friend when we were 16. But then I sent him like 9 more songs and like the stories about him. And he goes, how many of these are you cool with me using? And I go, all of them. So we'll see what happens. But this is a book that really has even if I wasn't peripherally involved, it's one of those books that's got legs. One of the reviews I saw was a late entry for Book of the Year. Late entry with a shot at Book of the Year. It really does have a lot going for it. And shout out Mad Cave, right?
Yeah.
They have so much stuff right now that is just absolute fire.
Yes.
That is just absolutely revolutionizing what small or micro press or whatever you want to call Mad Cave, right? They are not a big publishing company. They are certainly a smaller press company. But they have a lot going for them right now.
Yeah.
And I don't say that just because they keep making books that my friends make. Right? I don't say that just because I have a lot of connections who work there. I say that because I remember when Mad Cave had nothing anybody wanted to read. And it was like, okay, how do you get excited about this publisher? And now they've got a lot of stuff that a lot of people want to read. And it's big exciting. So
I've always felt that they've had a great catalog for years, personally.
well, I kind of remember when they first launched, and all they had was Battle Pugs. And they had another book about a dude living in a cave that like explained Mad Cave. And I read it and I'm going, this is interesting, but it's trash. like the book was just not good. And some of that was the writer who wrote it, who's now been at Mad Cave a long time, was wildly inexperienced. Right? He was super green. And turns out they didn't have an editor.
Oh.
So like, why is stuff misspelled and why is there not punctuation where they need to be? Like, when I say trash, I don't mean conceptually bad. I mean literally executionally bad. And the company has come just light years to be licensing things like Gotcha Man and Dick Tracy, and they have another big property that's coming in the new year that I think everybody will be real excited about.
I still haven't read the Dick Tracy run yet, and everybody's raved about it.
I'll email you the issues. But it's like I said, the company has come light years, and it's still on a trajectory to keep rising. So just be watching for Mad Cave, especially as we see other publishers kind of going the other direction, right? So,
yep.
So, Sean, you got anything that you would suggest to people? Oh, Bearded, what's up, brother? Bearded Comic Bro.
He's been the one that's been harping the Dick Tracy, like he is holding the flag for that series.
Well, apparently you're just not listening to me enough, Sean, because Bearded Comic Bro and I think are probably the two people out here beating the drum for we need more 1920s Detroit-based pulp.
Yes.
Even though Dick Tracy is set in Detroit, it first appeared in the Detroit Mercury News in 1939.
And Sean, if you have something to suggest other than that, go ahead, because I'm going to go grab Bearded's link. I can't believe I don't have that saved. Hey, Fable! Station, brother.
Shame on you, Jay, for not having that.
I know. If you go to the link that I posted earlier for the Ink and Insight show, Fable's going to be on there pretty soon, I think, with 9-panel grid and Stu. And then if you check the description, the links to everybody you should be sub to is in that. I checked it earlier. But Phantom. Oh wow, they're doing Phantom?
Yeah, Bearded, I wasn't gonna say anything because I wasn't sure how public that announcement was. because I've been talking to their marketing department about the Phantom since February.
If they can make an interesting Phantom comic, I'm all for that one. Um,
This is just real quick, guys, and this is again, I'll say it here, and I don't say it over on the experience very often. The interesting part about my life and my position in the industry is I find out about these things, and they're like, "Look, you cannot tell anyone. If you tell anyone, we will like come to your house and break your legs." So I'm excited that people know about Phantom. That's all I'm going to say.
well, oh, okay. They announced it on Twitter. Now we know.
See, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't sure how public that was.
As far as the suggestion I have, it's not a new book, but it is actually a book that Kyle sent us probably, we'll just say at the beginning of the year. The whole trade, he said, read this. So if people haven't heard of a series called The Colonized, read it. I'm about 3 issues in, and it is hysterical. I have absolutely been loving this. All I'm going to tell you is that it involves zombies and aliens in one of the funkiest ways I would never have thought of something like that to do the story, but it is, man, utterly hilarious. Basically, I'll give you a small synopsis. It's a small town is basically now dealing with the undead because of aliens who somehow have reanimated them, and it's just, yeah, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's been utterly hilarious. The art is awesome. So yeah, I've learned now is like when Kyle comes and goes, read this, and he's sending you an entire series, just read it.
Yeah, Cal's pretty great with suggestions, man.
Yeah.
Like he's got some good ones.
30 years of being a comic book reader and collector, and almost 20 years now as a professional in this business. I've learned to figure out what people read and what they're going to be into, and like target people. Like I was that guy pushing Pestilence when people were like, "The Walking Dead is getting weird." I'm like, "Here, check out this other one.
Yeah,
more different zombies." You know,
Pestilence was the very first horror comic I ever read.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They announced it because of the free comic book day. No more details, like team or anything. Okay, so nobody knows who's on it just yet publicly.
Nice.
But
still exciting because
I can tell you, I can confidently say that I can say this. There is someone working on the Phantom, at least doing covers, that maybe has done more with the Phantom in the last 30 years than anyone else.
Oh,
okay.
Nice little tease. So, Bearded's link is in there. Like I said, Fables is going to be in with the other one with a whole bunch of people that you should be sub to. Triple B, BB Hardcore Comics, or Haunted Basement. Just sub to all these folks, you know. And most importantly, because I do push them all the time, even though nobody from, you know, my actual part of the job, other than the awesome chat here, sub to the EXP. Kyle, if you don't know who Kyle is, this is like the dude right here. This is the heart and soul of the EXP right here. This is head producer, head honcho to me, and one of the driving forces behind the experience. So,
hey, can I share a photo? How do I share a photo?
There's a plus sign.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom, that should be your share screen if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, but I just want to share a photo. I don't want to. I can do this. Here, I'll give you guys an example of something that Jay is involved in that he doesn't know he's involved in yet.
Oh, cool.
No, you'll appreciate it, homie. Trust me. Let's do full screen over there. Come on. And then screen share. Add it in. Because I can't add it.
Oh, goodness.
Do you want to go in the garage and do karate? Yep.
Who touched my drum kit? So I literally just finished that. Like
I love this
25
so
seconds ago.
Yes,
No, great.
I love this so much. Holy crap! Now I got to figure out how to.
Just take it out. Yeah, there you go.
There
And then
you
I
go.
can close the window.
That's great.
I love that so much, dude. Okay, now, see, now we're going backwards because I was telling people, Kyle's trying to make, the next thumbnail more disturbing than the last one. That one's not disturbing. That one's awesome.
I never try and make them disturbing. I always just try and make them funny.
I don't know, man. JD on
right.
Uma Thurman's body.
Very funny. Anybody who's met JD knows JD is Uma Thurman at heart.
That's
like
true.
In his heart, he is Uma Thurman. I called him after the show and I go, "Hey man, next time I make you a leggy blonde on the thumbnail, you have to show up." And he goes, "When is that going to be?" I go, "When we get around to doing like the Kill Bill poster."
Yes. Yes.
And he goes, "You're going to make me Charlize Theron?" And I go, "Well, I certainly can't pull that off." But no, I wanted to do something a little bit lighter for the next one. The producers was funny. The twins from The Shining were funny.
Yeah.
Would do the Step Brothers, and I already have the next one figured out. Like it's done.
All right, Bearded's laid down the gauntlet. I better get to reading of the Dick Tracy.
I don't want Bearded to cry.
No.
Okay. Sean makes us all cry pretty regularly. So.
That's true. That is true. That's true. He's got a bit of news to talk about that I forget where I work sometimes to where I'm I kind of hear like pop culture stuff. So to me, it's like, you didn't know about that? Like, and I didn't mean to shit on him or anything.
Yes, you did.
It was just, I was like, dude, they were talking about that back in like 2021, and we'll talk about what that was. But I wanted to share something that I thought was really, really cool. Last Saturday, I believe, was the Heroes for Heroes live stream with Bronze's Nerd and Big B and the folks that were helping them for a very great cause. I saw something on Threads today from James Gunn that I want to share because I thought this was so awesome. So let me make this bigger so everybody can see it. So this is Home for Our Troops Inc., and it's a charity. There was somebody that bought 2 tickets to the Superman film premiere and an after party for $20,100. I mean, that's amazing to me. That is amazing to me. Now, it sounds like Gunn and them were the ones that put this up for the raffle or the charity. But man, I saw this and I was just like, this is a Superman thing to do. This is a Superman thing to do to me. And I think it's crazy somebody paid that much money. I mean, I love Superman 2 and I'd love to see the premiere of it. But I can't swing that. But the fact that it's going to such a great cause, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. And like I said, it was just something really cool I saw on Threads, and I just wanted to share it.
One of the privileges I get, again, my weird position in the comic book industry, right, is that I am the technical producer for Comics Pro, which is the trade organization of comic book retailers. And, it's like our union, right? Like it's our collective voice. And one of the cool things they do every year at Comics Pro is they do an auction for BINC, the Book Industry Charitable Foundation. And the thing that you don't think about when you think about rich folk is how easy they part with their money when they can get the tax deduction. Like when you can do something good for somebody, you can look good doing it, and you can get that tax break. like they open their wallets really quick and really easy, to the point where I've seen people spend $10,000 for an ad in another company's comic book. Like Boom Studios puts up the ad space, and like Dark Horse buys it, knowing full well they're never going to be allowed to run an ad in a Boom book. But because Mike Richardson can get the tax break, and because it's good for the book industry, they buy it and then they donate it to Comics for Kids, or, you know, one of those things, Mission 22. And it's just like, again, I love this story because I'm going to be hard pressed to pay full ticket price at a regular theater to see Superman. So to spend 20 grand to support a charity and do it is over the moon, is like over the top for me, and I love it.
Yeah. It's just a very superhero like thing to do, you know, regardless of how you feel about anything you feel about Gunn, whatever. This to me was just like, it was just great. It was a great thing, man. I saw it and I was like, finally, man, this is what I want to see from the comic book community, whether it's movies or the books. I want to see some positivity. We got so much negative crap everywhere. You know, that's why I'm always pushing other channels. That's why, you know, even if I didn't work for the experience, I watched the experience before I worked for them. And I love the content. I am a fan. I watch the stuff on my days off like a weirdo because I enjoy it. So, and I'm going to put, because I had to go check it. That's what I go and find it. That's what I was doing. I believe this is the correct link for the Bink Foundation, if anybody wants to check that out.
And they're doing a fundraiser right now where for the first 15 grand raised on Bink, Penguin Random House is matching. So once they raise 15,000 here at their end of the year fundraiser, Penguin Random House will give an additional 15,000. So, you know, Bink does a lot. I mean, I could talk about it if we want, but you can read about it on their website as well. But Bink is great, and it's important to support. It's important to me. It's important that we support Bink. And so
go ahead, man. Tell them a little bit about it, dude. Go ahead.
All right. So Bink was founded by the people who owned Borders when Borders still existed.
Wow.
to support people who worked in bookstores, particularly independent bookstores who were being hurt by, shock of shocks, Borders. And over the years, it's expanded to other people in the book industry. And during COVID, they added comic book shops. And so what Bink does is Bink helps people. If you work in the comic book industry or you work in a bookshop and your house gets flooded, you can go to Bink and Bink will cut you a grant essentially to fix your house. They will help you so that the money that you need to pull out of your business or you need to pull out of your store doesn't have to come out of your store, so you can keep your store going. If you're having trouble making your store rent, they will pay your store rent or your house rent or your mortgage so that you can pay your store rent and not have to worry about losing your house. Stuff like that. So that's what Bink does. And the big one for me is Bink has partnered with BetterHelp. If you listen to podcasts, you know about BetterHelp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's heard of BetterHelp, but it's online through your phone therapy. And like, I'm one of the people who took advantage of Bink's partnership with BetterHelp. So you can, through Bink, they will pay for an amount of therapy depending what your situation is, so that you can have somebody to talk to. And so, like I said, Bink is a great organization. It's totally worth checking out their website. They do more than just that, but essentially it's Bink helps people who sell you things to read.
And those are definitely the people that we should be helping out, taking care of, you know. And we say it all the time on the experience, and I'll say it here. You know, if you have an LCS, if you have your local comic shop you go to, try if you can to spend $5 extra while you're there, because you have no idea, you know, how much that'll help. And if you don't have a local comic shop, let the experience be your local comic shop. We have people in the chat right now that Nancy, I see them on Nancy's show all the time, and Nancy might not be local to them, but they get a lot of their books from her. And I love seeing it. I love seeing things like that. And you know, we got to help each other out, folks. Like, we can't.
As an example of what $5 extra from people can do in a local comic shop,
Mhm.
there were days when I had my shop where somebody coming in and spending an extra $5, or 3 or 4 people coming in and spending an extra $5, was the difference between essentially eating peanut butter and jelly for dinner or being able to buy a 6-piece nugget, right? Like, or being able to go to the grocery store and buy lunch meat so I could have a lunch meat sandwich instead of peanut butter and jelly. Like, and that sounds bleak. Don't get me wrong. It isn't like that for everybody. But it's that idea of a little bit can go a long way to the people who are sometimes really kind of struggling to get there. Stuart in The Big Bang Theory is a not unreasonable example of what an actual comic shop owner is, right? Most of them don't make minimum wage. They work hundreds of hours a month, and they don't make thousands and thousands of dollars. They make a few bucks. So again, just supporting organizations like Bank, supporting your LCS, making sure you pick up your books on time. My gosh, making sure you pick up your books on time. Stuff like that just goes so far towards keeping this industry healthy and keeping this industry afloat and keeping this industry moving. So
Yes, this
has been my soapbox. I'm not even on this show regular, and I show up and I get on a soapbox.
No, man, that was good, because it's things that I feel the same way, because I'm like, this is something that I've loved since I was a kid, since I, you know, remembered, you know, this is how I learned to read outside of school, was family members showing me comic books. You know, so this is something that I love. I'm very passionate about. This is also why I think, you know, you should try to give the kids around you in your life some kid friendly comics and bring them in, so we got new readers. You know, yeah. See, Fable, that's awesome, man. That is awesome. Like, love to hear it, because a lot of people in comic shops will tell you they didn't get into selling comics to be rich. They did it for the love of comics. So,
well, you know the saying, right? The fastest way to make $1 million in comics is to start with 2 million.
yeah.
It's true. Is that people don't get into this business to get rich. They don't get into this business to make a fortune. They get into this business because they love the medium, and they love the
community.
The community, but the medium, the ambiance, the fandom. And so, like, even the most successful stores, and I can dial up a dozen of them right now, of some of the most successful stores in the country, still have to fight every day and still have to work hard every day. And they do it because they love the way the stories get told. They love what the stories are. And so, again, fighting forward from there just turns into how do I stay in this business when everything around me tells me to go get a job like Sean has, that like probably has a retirement plan and regular schedule and work hours, and they get paid on time, and you don't want to run your head through a brick wall all the time. Although I'm sure Sean does.
I was going to say that last part is,
you know, it's this idea of, I bet if you talk to anybody in a comic shop, they tell you it's a calling and not a career. they could certainly make more money doing anything else.
Yeah.
So
So, not that that was a bad subject at all, because I love hearing things about, you know, people helping people, people helping the comic industry, things like that. Sean has something that when he told me about it, I was a little shitty to him, and I didn't mean to be. It was one of those. I typed it out first, and then I thought about it. I was like, man, that's kind of a jerky way to say that. But
And he said it anyway, so he doesn't care.
the funny thing is, though, Nope and Randy and myself were making this joke yesterday on Nancy's show. So Sean, tell everybody what you told me today.
Oh, is it about my excitement that Henry Cavill is going to play Connor McLeod in a Highlander reboot? Yeah, I'm super excited about that. I'm very excited. Yes, please. And then they just need to make Henry Cavill 007, and I'll be happy.
That's never gonna happen.
Or the Phantom. I'll take him as the Phantom, too.
The Phantom?
Yeah.
I would like to make Henry Cavill unemployed.
Oh,
I do not like Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill doesn't like you.
That is correct. I'm glad to have that, right? Like the thing about Henry Cavill is that he was a passable Superman who there was a lot of hype around because everybody thought he was great and he was just okay. Like he wasn't even the best Superman of the last 6 Supermen.
No, that would be Tyler.
I'll give you that one. But the reality of the situation with Henry Cavill is that so much was made of Henry Cavill not being Superman anymore. And the army of Zack Snyder fans that won't shut up. Right? That it makes me want Henry Cavill to have to go back to like doing theater for a while. Like, and that's not a bad thing. You can make like Wolverine does more theater than he does movies. Like,
true.
You know, it's not a bad thing to go do theater for a while, right? Like Benedict Cumberbatch is in the West End right now and nobody feels bad for Benedict Cumberbatch.
No.
But it's like I said to a friend of mine, we need Zack Snyder to go away for a while. We need a lot of the people that were so associated with that timeline to just disappear from this sphere for a while. Because otherwise we're never going to be able to move forward. And so Henry Cavill coming out going, I'm doing a Warhammer 40K movie. Okay. I'm going to be Highlander. Okay. I'm going to be Game of Thrones. Okay. Like, just walk away, bro. Like, go do How to Succeed in Business without really trying for a while. And be successful and then come back. Let us all heal and move on. And so that's my take on Henry Cavill. I also don't think you can do a better Highlander than has already been done. So why try? Sean Connery was the best. And then there was that terrible show. And that proves to me that you can't be better than the original.
No,
I enjoyed the shows more than I did the movies.
I'll be honest. I may have a bad experience with the shows because it followed Kung Fu.
Oh, okay.
Which was so good. So, like, it may just be that I had a unique experience.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, following Kung Fu is
right.
Kind of hard. Well, I totally get.
Now, which one, the original or the one Kung Fu: The Legend Continues?
So the way the TNT network here would run them is you'd have the original Kung Fu, The Legend Continues, the further adventures of the new Kung Fu, and then you would have 2 or 3 episodes of Highlander.
Oh, see, I got Highlander when it was coming out, like, originally.
Sure, but no, it was like you're setting it up to lose because it's following greatness.
That's true. Not, and look, I totally get the thing about Cavill. Like I said, the thing that I'm over it, very over it. The only thing that I was angry about was the day on the experience when you were like, "Hey, man, DC just dropped some big news," and you said James Gunn and Peter Safran were taking over. I was super excited. I was super excited because I thought, man, I'm going to get a James Gunn directed Henry Cavill Superman movie. But here's the thing, and this is what I try to tell people all the time. Don't go into this universe hating it just because Henry's not Superman anymore, okay? Henry was not the first Superman, and David Cornsweet, he's not going to be the last Superman. Eventually, we're going to get a reboot of him too. Let's see what he does. I saw him in Pearl recently, and it wasn't enough for me to gauge he's going to be, amazing. But you got to give it a shot, man. This is stuff that, especially me, I haven't gotten a Superman movie in like 10, 11 years. It's going to be like 12 years before I get another Superman movie. I'm excited just for that. And I love Henry Cavill. I love Henry Cavill. I am that dude that's just like, that's my man crush. I sat there just like the ladies and I watched him build that computer. And I got, ooh, okay.
Take out the vapors.
Yes, I sure did. I sure did. And he just, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, look, again, if you're somebody out there, I loved the Snyderverse stuff, okay, but I am not a person that's going to attack anybody else that didn't like it. It's not the only thing, and the new universe doesn't erase any of those movies. I can watch those movies anytime I want, okay? What I'm not going to do is hope that the new DCU stuff fails because I'm throwing myself a pity party. It's not coming back. I accepted that a long time ago. Did it move?
Yeah, so Jay, you've heard my hot take, right? The hottest of hot takes, and that's that. Zack Snyder fans are the red hats of the comic book universe, and I fervently believe this. James Gunn could make the single greatest film ever made. He could make Gone with the Wind. He could make Citizen Kane with Superman. And you're going to get on the internet the day it comes out, and people are going to be like, it's the worst thing that's ever been filmed in the history of film. The Wizard of Oz porn parody deserves an Oscar compared to this movie. Because they're butthurt that it isn't the movie they had wet dreams about.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing of it is, you got to let it be what it is. It might be better, it might be worse, but it's different.
Yep.
I can't get angry when a Spider-Man writer changes the Spider-Man story, despite how much I love Spider-Man, right? Because it's just different.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get angry when James Gunn makes Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and I'm sitting in the theater going, those aren't the Guardians of the Galaxy!
True.
Right? I'm going, those aren't the right guys! Like, I can't get mad because he's telling a story and he's doing it different. The thing that bothers me, and this is where I go back to where I'm maybe not the right person to talk to about comic book media, is if you tell me you're making Captain America Civil War and you don't tell the Civil War story, don't call it Civil War.
Yep.
If he calls this Superman Red Sun and it just has to do with the fact that the sun on Earth is a different color, I'm going to find James Gunn and I'm going to give him a wedgie. Because I know what Superman Red Sun is.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me you're going to tell me a story and then tell me a different story.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the problem. If you tell me you're making a Guardians movie and you don't give me the Guardians, I can understand that. Because nobody wants to see Starhawk. Right? Like,
true.
Even Sylvester Stallone, who played him, didn't want to see him. But in telling me that you're making a Guardians movie and not getting not giving me a Guardians movie, I can accept that it's different. Telling me you're giving me a specific story and then not telling me that story is a huge problem.
I think
Um,
that's why I've
do
been
you
afraid
mean which Transformers do you mean? One collection down. Are you talking about Michael Bay's super creative Transformers where it's run, 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 explosion, run, 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 hot chick, run, 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 explosion, run, 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 Shia LaBeouf, run, 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 hot chick, run, 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 explosion, which was the best script that man has ever written?
I like the first one in Bumblebee. Fable, that's what I wish people would do. Go into this with an open mind. You can keep your expectations low, but don't be one of these people that you're like, you have to tell everybody I'm not spending a dime. Like, I've seen so much negative stuff, and I watch from both sides because I have to. Like, I have to see what both parties think about things. Are there some toxically positive people out there? A little bit. Little James Gunn is the second coming of Christ, but his feet are too good to walk across our water. He floats above it. Yeah, I've seen those. But I've made it known from the start, I don't like the Superman suit at all. Don't like it at all. But you know what? I love Superman.
I have a question because I don't look at things. Have we seen a clean shot of the suit?
Yep.
There's been set photos, yeah.
But are they the original set photos that we all saw and was like, oh no, the suit looks weird? Or have they shown a clean shot? Because that was clearly a battle-worn suit.
No, they've shown like clean versions of the suit.
Okay. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
The cape and the boots, to me, look cool. I was of the mind, if you're going to use the Kingdom Come logo for the shield, just use that logo. I don't like the logo. Looks like Nerf to me. I don't know what it is. I'm not a fan of the logo. But again, that's not going to ruin a Superman movie for me. Just like a different actor is not going to. I need to see what he does because I am a super biased Superman fan. I don't have a least favorite Superman. It doesn't matter if it's Superboy, the two actors that played Superboy in the Superboy series, Kirk Allen.
Now, for me, it's Dean Cain. I'm not shy about Dean Cain being my least favorite.
Yeah, and that's fine. But him, I'm telling you, him and Terry Hatcher had like.
Should I answer this?
Who is that? Oh, it's Henri. Yeah. Answer. Tell him you're live.
Henri is live
I'm going to put him on speaker. Henri, you're on speaker. I'm on with Jay and Sean.
Oh, hey. How's it going, guys?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
He can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Because I've got you in my ears. So let me call you back in a little bit.
But to the whole storytelling thing, that's why I think I've been hesitant to watch what's the one they did with Samuel L. Jackson? Was it Secret Invasion or Secret War?
Secret Invasion.
Because I'm like, obviously I haven't read it, but I'm like, should I go watch it anyways and then read it and then get pissed off like I did after I read Civil War finally and understood why people said what they said? Because I have not watched Secret Invasion yet, nor have I read it.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of curious.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see how you do that. If you want to read it first and then watch it and then do the retro rewind, or vice versa. But
now is for Superman though. I want the absolute Superman shield logo.
That's become my favorite one. That's become my favorite logo that I've seen. And here's the thing, Round Guy. I've said this before about the Man of Steel suit. When we first got the shot of the Man of Steel suit, my first question was, where are the trunks? And then I got used to the trunks not being there. And just when I got used to the trunks not being there, they bring them back.
Do you want my Trunks hot take? We are in a post-Trunks world. The universe itself doesn't need underwear on the outside because nobody gets the reference anymore. Like, I want to see to get back to Trunks, because I think we do need to get back there. They need to transition through full-on wrestling gear. So Superman needs like the sigil to be tattooed on his chest and to be wearing like pants with fringe that are the colors. And then we can transition back into Trunks, right? Like we need to go full on like new gimmick in WWE kind of shit here. Like, because I think we've gotten to the point where, because there have been so many Supermen recently, and they've all had a slightly different look and a slightly different feel, we need to either move so far away from it that it's people like, I hate this because it's so different, so they can just reset, right?
That almost feels like, though, what James is doing.
Yeah. Well, he's going back to a time when Superman was younger, which I can appreciate. But at the same time, again, going from no Trunks to Trunks to no Trunks to Trunks back to Trunks, people don't understand that that's a reference to the bodybuilders from the 20s and 30s. That's a reference to, you know, guys like the original Mr. Atlas and some of that kind of stuff that Siegel and Schuster were inspired by, right? Yeah. So Superman, like, if anybody's not read Disguised as Superman by Danny Fingeroth, I would recommend it. It's a tough read. It really is, but it talks about how Superman's Jewish and how Superman as a whole is the Jewish golem mythology plastered onto the bodybuilders and people that those guys saw in magazines back then, right? The ideal man. And so they took the two things and mashed them together. And some of it is based on professional wrestlers too. Because, you know, that was the days of the carnival wrestling, right? Where guys were wrestling bears. And so you have this idea of where Superman came from. And Danny Fingeroth, who created Dark Hawk for Marvel, who wrote the definitive Stan Lee biography, who just wrote a definitive biography of Jack Ruby. He was an editor at Marvel UK for a long time. He's in charge of Juice at the Center for Jewish Studies in New York. He did a deep dive on why Superman is Jewish and what that means. And nobody gets those references anymore because nobody understands it. Nobody remembers those stories. So we need to reset it. My favorite Superman ever, or of recent history, one down, because ever is George Reeves. Because it's the most true Superman to Superman. Recently, I really liked the cat who played Superman, like on Supergirl and in the Arrowverse stuff.
Tyler Hoechlin.
Yeah. Yep. I thought he was very good at not being too, hello, citizen. Yeah. And, you know, being like a person who like had some stuff.
Yeah, he's actually taken my top spot. Like Christopher Reeve and George Reeves have their own pedestal. That there's nobody for them. And yes, I do like Kirk Allen too, but as it comes to modern niche 2000s, Tyler's become my top. He's become my top Superman Clark combo. There's something so the first time I really started watching Superman and Lois, that first episode, the second scene, and it grabbed me, and I thought, you know, as much as I loved Henry, this is what he was missing. He was missing that you don't have to be a complete and total goofball to be Clark Kent. But it's that wholesomeness, that drive to be a good person, to try to do the right thing, you know, to try to be optimistic in situations that would be dire to most people. For me, that's what Henry was missing. It can't all just be punch, laser eyes. Like, you got to have Superman is an alien that's supposed to be kind of the blueprint for how we as humans should act. To try to do the right thing, to as hard as it might be, be kind to people. You know, save your worst enemy. That kind of thing. So as soon as this season is over, we only got a couple episodes left, and then they're ending the show. We Sean and I are definitely going to be doing a full show just based around Superman and Lois. So if you have not watched it, y'all, honestly, yeah, please do. Like I've turned on at least 3 people to it.
Yep.
I tried to watch it animated My Adventures with Superman or whatever. And I got about 15 minutes in and went, nope, I'm out. Click.
The Jack Quaid one.
The new one that was on HBO.
Yeah, I think Jack.
Max.
Yeah, I think Jack Quaid is the voice of Superman in that one.
I haven't watched it. My favorite Superman thing that's ever come out was right before they launched the Snyderverse Superman stuff, when they did that short with Tim Daly and Brandon Routh and all the different Supermen.
Yeah,
like that was fun, but I don't know. I'll be honest. I am, for somebody who's in the business of comic books and pop culture, I'm so over pop culture media. Like, I just want to read comics and not have to worry about going to the movies to see comics.
One of mine was from Superman 78 when Clark is asking Perry about sending part of his paycheck, and Lois is like to his white-haired mother, he's like, actually she's silver-haired. And Lois is like, is there any more like you at home? And he goes, no, not really. One of my favorite lines from that movie. Just the way that Christopher Reeve just made you think he was somebody you could pick on. He was so great in that role. And I have Superman waiting for me to watch Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. But much like the Iron Claw, I'm trying to get myself prepared because I know Christopher Reeve was my introduction to Superman and to superheroes. He's the reason I love comics. So I know watching this is just going to destroy me because like all of us here, we lived through it. We lived through the accident and him dying. And I can't remember where exactly it was. I think it was on 45 somewhere. Pretty soon after he died, they had a billboard up that said Superman, and it was there for years. And I was torn up when they took it down. But
what's also going to make it hard to watch is Robin Williams is in there too because they were such good friends. And Robin is another one of those celebrities where when he passed, it hit a lot of people hard.
Yeah, so I don't remember the accent. Like I'm a little younger than you guys.
Oh, yeah.
So like I didn't necessarily like Christopher Reeve was already in the wheelchair by the time I had seen the first Superman. Like, you know, it's a whole thing for me.
Yeah.
But I will say I need to tilt my camera. Anyway, I just noticed how crooked I got when I adjusted it. Anyway, the thing for me about Christopher Reeve is how even after he stopped playing Superman, he embodied Superman. Like, none have done that since then. Like, you can get all hot for whoever you like as Superman, but Christopher Reeve effing was. Like, I really want to say the F word, Jay. Christopher Reeve fucking was Superman.
Yeah, there you go.
Like,
we're not monetized anyway. Go ahead.
You can't. Oh, and we're more than 8 minutes into this thing, so we ain't gonna do anything. But no, it's the same way that in a lot of ways Chris Evans has gone out of his way to embody Captain America. Christopher Reeve went out of his way to embody Superman. Like, he was going through so much stuff and still raising a ton of money for charity and for kids. And, you know, Michael J. Fox is Marty McFly because he embodies Marty McFly. And, you know, Robin Williams is Mrs. Doubtfire because, I don't know, nobody else can play a woman like that.
Yeah.
But
That's true.
it's this idea of there are some times where an actor transcends the character. And Chris Reeves did that. And not Brandon Routh, not anybody else has done that with Superman.
I would actually like to see Chris's youngest son be Superman at some point. Because, man, does he look it.
You know, I'll be honest. That would be like saying you want another Lee kid to play the Crow. Like, George went out in a weird way. Chris went out in a weird way. You might be messing with some bad mojo there, Sean.
Well, Chris, yeah, but Brandon, though, is like his dad went out in a weird way, too. So,
well, but what I'm saying is like asking another Reeves to pick up that mantle may just be asking to have your heart broken. You know, it'd be like asking, you know, like I said, asking another Lee to play the Crow. At some point, you're like, we're playing with fire.
And that's the weirdest thing because it's George Reeves, then Christopher Reeve. So they're not even related, but they're so close together and weird shit happened to them.
I think there's some union stuff there. Let me double check. I can Google.
Yeah. And I mean, poor Kirk Allen, like hardly anybody remembers him. And I got a picture of him in my bedroom in a frame that Jenna got me one year. And I was like, I remember Kirk.
Yeah, I never saw anything with him. It was growing up, of course, it was the Christopher Reeve movies. And then I got Nick at Night, so watching, the George Reeves show was normal for me. So those are my two Supermen. And then, obviously, in 89, we got Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Then next year, we got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which I'm still, for anybody who knows, I'm going on record as saying is the best comic book movie of all time. But those are, but you know me, I didn't really start reading. I just hated reading as a kid, so I didn't even care. But crossovers, man, that's what brings me into comics because it amazes me what you can. It still amazes me that there has not been a bad Turtles crossover yet. I still haven't read the Naruto one though. I'm kind of curious to see how that works because Stranger Things one worked. Them in Street Fighter was actually not that bad. Now I'm just like, well, how are you going to fit them into an anime?
The He-Man one was fun.
They did a He-Man in TMNT. Have not seen that one.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, we're going to have Dragon Ball Z in TMNT. Next issue, Goku powers up to fight Leonardo.
Yep.
And then the issue after that, he finally throws a punch.
I figured out where my confusion came from in Chris and George Reeves.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chris's dad was killed in the same way George Reeves was killed.
See, that's crazy.
But Christopher Reeves' dad was killed, died. His dad, F.D. Reeve, lived a good long life. He lived until 2013. But he was shot at several times by the Russians during the Cold War.
Wow.
Oh God, the Max Soups cartoons were so good.
Yep. I have those somewhere. Like they're probably in one of my CD racks because I bought them at Walmart. They came in like they were in a paper DVD tray.
Yep.
But I got them somewhere, and yes, I can watch those anytime. Like just like Justice League Unlimited. 2 episodes before they fight. Yeah, exactly.
It's the truth. See, and it's funny because like my favorite superhero, we've gotten 2 live action versions of him. I think just Ben Affleck and Charlie Cox. So
technically 3 if you want to be super technical because there was the Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno Hulk. Matt Murdock was in it, and it was supposed to spin off into a Daredevil series. So technically, there was a Matt Murdock. a third Matt Murdock.
Okay, that's fair, but yeah. But again, yeah, it's. I don't even know where to go now.
Well,
like I had a point, and then it just went.
When you here we go. Here's what I'm going to ask you. When you saw the Daredevil movie, did you ever watch the extended cut of Daredevil, the movie?
If I have, it's been a long time.
It's the one that had Coolio in it. No,
Bro, I literally, when I say long time, it's probably been like 15 plus years.
I'm still angry at Ben Affleck. Anyway,
yeah, I was going to say, how did you feel going from the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie, and when they first announced Netflix was going to do the show, and the first time you watched that first episode, what was it about that? Was that like a redeeming thing for you? Was that like, okay, now people are going to see how awesome this character is?
Maybe. Oh, but again, I'm on record as I didn't think that Ben Affleck's movie was that terrible. But as far as the Netflix show, for me, it was redeeming because at that point you had got me into comics, and I'd gotten to read a couple of stories. So then the Daredevil movie was like, well, it's not quite Daredevil-ish. And then finally getting the series, I was like, okay, now they're telling the what felt more like something I would read in a comic, I guess. I don't know if I was hoping that it would redeem as in bringing new people. Was it better than the Ben Affleck stuff? Yeah, by far. I don't know. I wouldn't say redeeming. I think I was hoping that it would grab people so that maybe people might understand why he's my favorite character in a way.
The moment for me that made me go, okay, this new Netflix thing is going to fix Daredevil. There were two. The announcement of Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin, and the announcement of Elton Hansen as Foggy. Mm-hmm. I go, okay, the thing that makes Daredevil special, because Daredevil is my favorite character. Like, is my favorite, as much as I love Spider-Man, Daredevil is the character that really cemented me as a street level superhero guy. Right? The thing that makes Daredevil special is Foggy, is the villainry, is the people he surrounds, is Stick, is Karen Page, is, his relationship with the Hand and some of this other stuff, right? That you see crossing over and weaving their way through what wound up becoming the Defenders, in the Marvel cinematic thing, but wasn't really the Defenders in the real world. When you cast good supporting characters, you can write a shitty script for the lead guy because the supporting characters will bring him up. That's the mistake they made with Echo. They took in my opinion, a relatively weak base character, main character, and surrounded them with moderate surrounding characters with the exception of Kingpin. You need weight around the character to carry the character. The vision in my head, right, is it's Charlie Cox sitting on these other guys' shoulders being carried through the series, right? Like a football player at the end of a big game. Yeah. So like on some level, you need that, right? Whereas with the Ben Affleck movie, they cast a weak Elektra. They cast a weak supporting cast. And they thought, Ben Affleck's great. Ben Affleck can carry a movie. No, Ben Affleck can't carry a movie. We all saw Chasing Amy. Like, Kevin Smith tried to warn us. Dogma was a warning. Ben Affleck needs a good foil. And be that Matt Damon, be that Henry, I would give Henry Cavill credit for carrying Batfleck. right? Like you need somebody else who could do the work. And so that I think was the failing of the first Daredevil movie, and it was the success of the Netflix Daredevil. The other thing I liked about it, and the other thing that saved it, was that the only other real big name in that movie in that show was Vincent D'Onofrio, right? Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio were the only two what I would call big names. The woman who played Karen Page was known, but like Vampire Diaries or whatever she had been on at that time was not.
Yeah, True Blood.
Yeah, True Blood wasn't Full Metal fucking Jacket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't the
Right.
stuff like. It's not like you're coming off of Alias. Jennifer Garner, one of the biggest leading ladies on the planet, you know, the queen of rom-coms, and now she's going to play Elektra.
Right.
You need.
Yeah. And you have Foggy, who most people are going to remember as
Fulton Reed.
Fulton Reed. You know, no, I totally agree with that. And then what made it for me though was I felt they did the suit a little more justice.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So
And you know, and I will the grace I give Elektra, the original Daredevil, the first 3 X-Men's, some of these movies, is that the tech came so far and was so much cheaper. Like, does anybody remember how bad the Phoenix was in X3? Like how just dumb it looked.
Yep.
Barely remember X3.
Correct. But the technology was so expensive that they couldn't do better, or it would have wrecked their chances, right? It would have wrecked their movie. The movie would have flopped. So to have that tech come full circle, right, and be affordable or accessible by the time they hit Netflix, by the time this second generation and third generation of Wolverine movies happened, help those movies to be more successful. Because all of a sudden, James Cameron has opened the door because he spent enough on Avatar 1 to solve world hunger.
Yeah.
Like, but what that does is that kicks open the door for smaller studios to do things like a better Daredevil, to do things like a better Iron Fist than could have ever been done, to do things like The Mandalorian, right? Like that's all tech that James Cameron pioneered for Avatar. And he spent the money on it because he had Titanic money.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there's a lot of stuff we do on the experience that we can do because the technology is available to me at an affordable rate, because these guys 20 years ago were paving the way. They were figuring out that Flash does X, Y, and Z things. So they're able to move keyframe technology into other stuff. And now I get After Effects and I get, I get Premiere that lets me make like the openers and closers we use on the experience.
Mm-hmm.
When I was coming up, when I was in school, After Effects was a $5,000 program. Now I pay $20 a month. Like, all of a sudden it's accessible. And so I think that really helped the superhero movie genre. And it really helped when they got to Netflix, because again, Netflix got to see the shortcomings these other companies had, and they had access to technology to make it good. So the suit looked good. The fighting looked good. The sonar, looked good. Couldn't have done that 15 years ago.
True. I will have to say, Fable, I did like how they did the sonar in the movie, but I really dug how they did it in the show. I don't know what it was about it. They explained the Snyder Cut.
If you're trash and you have trash talent, you make trash. I would say that to Zack Snyder's face. You're trash.
He would. You would, I know. Me?
Make me another 300 and I'll give you a chance on another movie.
Yeah. Me, I liked the Snyder cut. I don't think it needed to be 4 hours. I think that yes, if you tightened up the slow-mo, got rid of it, not everything looks cool in slow-mo. Like here's what I'll say about the Eternals. The thing that I really dug that the Eternals did, while I didn't necessarily enjoy the movie a whole lot, I didn't think it was that bad. I think it would have worked better as a show. But what I liked what they did was their speedster wasn't slowed down. We saw things in the speed, not in the speedster's viewpoint, but from somebody looking out or somebody looking from the outside, seeing what the speedster's doing. Like, I love every now and then, slow it down, let us see what the speedster's seeing. But I also like that, don't show me. Let my eyes see what they're going to see. Because sometimes that looks even cooler.
Yeah, and I will say this for the Snyder Cut on some level. I don't wish what Zack Snyder went through on anyone.
No.
If you have a project that you shepherded as long as he had, and you fought as long as he did to make that project happen, to have what happened to him and his family happen, and then to see your baby, and this is gonna sound really bleak, but I don't know any other way to say it. He lost 2 babies at the same moment. Right? And then to see the one that is still around get shepherded through the finish line by people that we now know are wildly problematic, that didn't really adhere to his vision, that didn't really understand his vision, that didn't really understand what he wanted to do. To try to make that right is a noble feat. He did a terrible job at it, but I applaud him for trying. It would have been very easy for him to just say, you know what? I'm walking.
Yeah.
That said, he did the noble thing. Now, homie, go do something else for a while. Get off Twitter.
Yeah.
Get off Reddit. I wish Zack Snyder and the people who are still out there pounding the Zack Snyder drum could see what they're doing to the mental health of people in this industry or people in this fandom. I have a friend named Danny who is terrified to talk about the upcoming movie because the people he talks to online are all Zack Snyder wingnuts. Right? And he knows how I feel about Zack Snyder, so he doesn't want to talk to me about it. And so he feels wildly isolated in his, I like the Snyder Cut, but I'm excited for the new thing. Right? He feels wildly isolated. He feels alone in a lot of ways because Zack Snyder and the Zack Snyder holics won't let it go. And at the same time, the rest of us are going, move on. But you shouldn't have to. You should be able to do both. So I just wish that, again, we as a community were less myopic. And we're able to see the actual reality, right? Like, and I can get into the psychological stuff on all of this, but it isn't really worth it. I'm not a psychologist. But I think the ADHD that is so prevalent in the comic book community leads to a lot of hyperfixation. And that leads to a lot of really poor mental health for people who live and breathe this every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've said in our chats many times, it was something that I loved. but it's over. It's done with. It's time. It's time to move on. It's not coming back. You know, you don't have to bash people that loved it. You know, you don't have to be toxic back to people. But the thing is, there shouldn't be any of this. This is stuff that, again, 5-year-old me would never believe would happen. You could never convince me at that age that we were going to have all this superhero content, because superheroes were for nerds, and nobody likes nerds. Nobody likes people who read comic books. Look at us now. We should be just coming together and being like, man, let's support this. Let's get more. You know, instead of look, if I don't like this movie, if there's something about this Superman movie that I'm not going to like, I'm not going to do videos, 12 million videos about how much I didn't like it. I will say one time, it wasn't for me, but I hope it's for someone, because I want Superman to be loved by people. Even if it's not for me. Not everything is going to be for me, but it's going to be for someone. But the same thing with the Snyder stuff, though. Even if people don't like Snyder stuff, there's somebody out there that's going to like it, and they shouldn't be ashamed to like it. But they should also know that, hey, this part was the Snyder stuff. This was the DCEU. That's over now. We have this new thing to look forward to. Let's focus our attention and our positivity on that instead of dwelling in the past.
You know, that was a conversation I had to have with Dan Wickline.
Yeah.
I felt like I was constantly the guy on the internet going, this sucks. This is no good. This sucks. This is no good. Because I was the guy going, if I have an encyclopedic knowledge of something and you try to gaslight me into believing that I'm wrong, I'm going to tell you you're trash. I'm going to tell you you're problematic, and I'm going to make you look bad. Easier if people just stop asking me. And so I said to Dan, I go, hey, can you just stop asking me to come on and talk about this stuff? Because I don't want to be Mr. Negative all the time. I want the people who liked it to like it and be able to live with it. I don't want to be the guy who's constantly bashing the thing they love. You don't tell somebody their wife is annoying often. You could tell them once or twice, but you don't tell them all the time.
Yeah.
Unless your wife is Sean, in which case you tell them as often as possible. And by wife, I mean, I tell Jay, I blame things on Sean all the time. Even when it's like technology's fault. Like StreamYard goes down and we have trouble with the XP, it's Sean's fault. And Jay goes, why? He's not here. I go, he's not here to defend himself. That's why it's Sean's fault.
Speaking of Sean, what do you think, man?
Half the time it's my fault, by the way.
We know.
But real quick, before Sean jumps in, if we have any college football fans, Oklahoma 24, Alabama 3, with 7 minutes left to go in the game.
Whew.
I've been going back and forth with, just surprisingly, I work with a bunch of Bama fans.
America wins when Bama loses.
And I tease them all the time about, well, would you look at that? The Texas teams have been ranked higher, but yet nobody's talking about Oregon, who's silently just dominating everything.
Hey,
but,
Jay, can we do a giveaway?
Do
you have that tech?
We have to do the wheel thing.
If you want to, I'll put up. I'll do a giveaway on the show if you want. If we'll do hashtag blame Sean, and anyone who does hashtag blame Sean in the comments can be entered to win a CBSN Punchline #1. This is the Tyler Kirkham exclusive Origin of Punchline. eBay value $15-ish.
Making me feel bad because we're still trying to figure out how to give away our comic.
This is how.
Yeah, right.
This is how we'll do that on the next one.
If I don't force you to innovate, what am I even doing here?
Yeah.
I'm producing your show, even though I'm not producing your show.
So far we got Fable, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So hashtag blame Sean, which is funny because the whole thing is hashtag blame Fable. And I'm always saying I can never blame Fable, especially for, I got to thank him again. I did a video thanking him, but I got to thank him again now that he's here. He talked to us last time. He brought up this secret level thing coming out from Amazon, and I did a trailer reaction to it. That thing looks awesome. If y'all haven't watched the trailer for Secret Level yet, Fable was spot on. That thing looks dope. I can't wait to watch it.
No, for sure. Now, what were we wanting my opinion on exactly?
Just the whole superhero thing, and you can like stuff. You can like the DCEU stuff, but you can also be kind of even if it's cautiously optimistic, you can still.
I'm at the point with this stuff, especially DC, where I want to grab a hold of DC fans and shake them until they're dizzy and tell them, you need to want this to fucking work, because if it doesn't, you won't get DC anything for a while. I don't care what James Gunn and them say. If Superman fails, I don't think they're going to be like Marvel and just push through and go to the next project. I have a feeling that it would be a while.
I can speak to some of that from a
Okay.
little bit of insider knowledge. There are a certain amount of things where the money has already been outlaid and started. So you'll get like a first wave. You may not get a second.
Okay.
Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like Creature
Yeah,
Commandos, the
it'll
animation on Creature Commandos is done.
Like, it'll be a lot less of what was happening before, where when something just went bad, they completely would change everything, and you get something else or something not at all. So people need to want this DC thing to work.
I like that, Sean. That's a really good point, man.
So, not to mention the fact that take it for what it is and what it's going to be, and not what you want it to be. Now, I have the benefit of complete ignorance to a lot of things when it comes to storylines, which helps me, because I will go on record right now, and Kyle's probably about to slam his head on the desk. I didn't think that the last X-Men Dark Phoenix movie was that bad, but I don't have the knowledge of
X3.
No,
Was the one I
not.
was talking about. I was talking about X3.
Yeah, I'm
I have no
talking
problem
about.
with Dark Phoenix.
See, I'm talking about the Dark Phoenix one with James, all them.
Yeah, I have no problem with that one.
Most people trash on that movie, and I thought it was great. But I don't have the benefit of, I haven't read the original Dark Phoenix saga yet. So there's a lot of that for me where I can enjoy certain things because of that little bit of ignorance is bliss setting for me. So I've got that to it. Daredevil, at least the TV show, I still enjoy even though I've read the comics. So that tells me that Netflix did the right thing. Superman's been hard just because as much as I've been reading, I haven't read that much Superman. I think I've read Superman Earth 1, Volume 1. Is the most like Superman ever, and the Absolute series. But yeah, I want DC stuff to succeed, because I think if the big two can succeed, everything that's in line for the smaller companies that have some of these TV and streaming deals coming makes it easier for that to happen. Because like Mad Cave's been killing it. AWA, I'm sure, has several projects I think that are in order. I love Chariot. They've said that there might be a Chariot movie, which I think would be dope. I want to tell them who should play the two main characters. Jay knows who I picked.
I want a Grendel, Kentucky series. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yep. Yeah.
I will come and work on that show for free if they make it.
Yeah. Grendel, Kentucky is one. Chariot would be another. That whole...
I'll email Axel. I'll text Axel when the game is over. I'm
trying to think, what is this? The name, their kind of shared universe that they have with some of the heroes, like the Resilient or something like that. I forget what it's called, and I said it last week. But like Erratic and a few of the other people are kind of all in this shared universe. That's a great universe that could be told. And stuff like that. But if the big two can get successful, especially DC, I think that opens up a lot more stuff for everybody else. Or That's my soapbox statement for the night. DC has had a problem with live action stuff, Fable, because they Warner Brothers is part of it, but they reacted to everything. If it was bad, they'd pivot. They didn't just do like Marvel did and go through with the story, let alone the DC animated universe, which was basically the MCU in an animated way. They just had a plan and they went through it.
I actually think there's a different reason, Sean.
Okay.
Let me posit this to you. If you walk through your local mall and you stop 100 people a la Family Feud, and you ask them to name 5 superheroes, okay? 3 of them they're going to name are the tent poles at DC. Superman, Batman, probably Wonder Woman, right? They'll probably name Spider-Man, and if they're a movie goer, they may pull Captain America or, you know what I'm saying, an Avenger, right?
Right.
But most folks who are normies know the tent poles at DC because they're the oldest. They've been around the longest. They may say the Flash instead of Wonder Woman, or, you know, but like give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Culturally, as Americans, we know who these characters are. So if you do a movie or a TV show where there are people who are playing those characters and they look real in front of you, but they don't behave the way you expect them to behave because you don't actually know anything about them, you're going to not like it, and it's going to flop. It's going to have a problem, right? Like the second people are going online going, I don't understand why Robert Pattinson's hair was in his face the whole time as Batman. Like that movie is going to do worse than it would have if everybody understood what Batman truly was, right?
Yeah.
When you have Superman and Batman looking weak compared to Wonder Woman while fighting Doomsday, right? Because her movie's the next one out, and they need to put her over. People are going to go, wait, this is not what these characters are. I don't know Wonder Woman as well as I know Superman and Batman. They're supposed to be strong. Like, what the hell? And that breeds a distrust, right? Like I sent a long email yesterday to some people about consumer confidence. Yeah, it's a giveaway, Eddie. I'll show you the book in a minute. But about consumer confidence. In DC, for a long time, has had no consumer confidence because the people who know the characters don't recognize them, and the people who don't know the characters don't recognize them. What Marvel did right was they started with characters nobody gave a damn about. When they did Iron Man 1, Iron Man was not in the top 5 selling Marvel comics. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody gave a damn. And so they make this movie, and now the movie infused the culture. Right? And then the next movie they made, the Hulk was not in the top 5. The movie infused the culture. They started with characters that nobody gave a damn about, and they made people care. And that's what Marvel did right that DC did wrong. If DC had started with King Shark, if DC had started with Booster Gold, Blue Beetle, Green Arrow, Green Lantern,
Shazam.
Shazam is hard because Shazam is just Superman in a red suit. But if they'd started with their second and third tier characters and made great movies that made people care about those movies, then you can introduce Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash into that stuff. The same way Marvel started with these characters that didn't, and then added Captain America and Spider-Man, and their top tier characters that have always been top tier characters into the world. And so I think it's if you start with expectations and then you don't live up to expectations, you fail. If you start with no expectations, because again, who gives a shit about a talking tree and a talking raccoon? Nobody. But by the time Guardians 1 was over, I couldn't sell Rocket Raccoon and Groot stuff fast enough. Right? That's the difference. But I also think you're right. They did swing too wildly, right? They'd try to pivot too fast. They would try to course correct too quick. By the way, Eddie, hashtag blame Sean, and anybody else who's joined us since then. Hashtag blame Sean gets you entered for a Punchline #1 Comic Book Shopping Network exclusive Tyler Kirkham. eBay value $15 ish. This is the origin of Punchline. And I will send that out to you.
Which is the dopeness.
They did it again with Deadpool. I will say this about Deadpool. Deadpool was one of those sort of top second tier. It had always been popular. It hadn't always been popular, but since the Danny Way series had happened, it had sort of waned. But then when Jerry Duggan and Brian Posehn jumped onto Deadpool, the series took off again because it was so funny and so good.
Yes.
Then the Deadpool movie happened. Like, Deadpool was having its moment. Then the Deadpool movie happened, and then it had a bigger moment. I would equate Deadpool to Taylor Swift. Here's what I mean. A lot of people knew about Taylor Swift when she was like 14. When she was in Nashville for the first time, and a lot of big artists were hearing about her. And then she had a moment a few years later where she started having country hits. And she was popular. But then she crosses over into pop, and now Taylor Swift could buy Marvel Comics with the money in her back pocket. Like, that's what happened with Deadpool. It had a moment. People knew Deadpool from Liefeld and Danny Way. And then they had another moment where it was starting to kind of come uphill. And then Ryan Reynolds put it over. And so I may have been doing this too long, Jay. Because, like, I remember when the Danny Way stuff dropped and reading it going, God, this is boring. No, Eddie, Deadpool would love it. Are you kidding me? By the way, I just want to throw this out there. If Ryan Reynolds and, like, those guys aren't somewhere loving the fact that they've convinced Christians that Like a Prayer is a song that's appropriate to be sung in church right now, what are they even doing? Have you guys followed this trend? Have you seen this trend?
No.
There are a lot of church choirs who are singing Like a Prayer by Madonna because they think it's about praying. And a lot of that, some of that apparently has to do with the number of times Ryan Reynolds called himself Marvel Jesus.
Mm.
And I'm just going, are you kidding me? Like, what's next? They're going to be singing Faith by George Michael?
Oh, goodness.
Like, this trend has just given me so much life that I can't even begin to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you on the Way stuff a little bit. I still liked it, but when
Right, but
when
Jerry
Posehn-
Duggan and Brian
dude,
Posehn stuff
yes.
is so much better.
Yes, that is one of my favorite series. I have almost all of it. That's the one that if somebody was like, "Hey, what Deadpool should I read? If I want to get into Deadpool, what should I read?" That run is the first one I would tell them. I said, if you like that, check out other things. But
I start with Deadpool Dead Presidents and then pivot to Deadpool Killustrated before I throw them in the Jerry Duggan, Brian Posehn deep end. However, there is a Scott Koblish Deadpool story that was done as variants on the they were variant covers that just looked like internal art. that was an entire Deadpool story that nobody knew was a Deadpool story that was done by Scott Koblish. That is collected on its own, and it's phenomenal. And shout out to Scott. He and his wife announced last night or this morning that they are expecting a child. So shout out to Scott Koblish.
See, my first Deadpool book was Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe.
That's another great one to start people on. Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, or Deadpool Kills Deadpool, or Deadpool Kills Everyone.
Yeah.
So great.
He also has dual, Desert Eagles.
I think normies like him because of the brown pants joke. Oh, he wore the brown pants.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, my big introduction to him was when Jay was playing the video game obsessively. That was my big thing with him.
Yeah, I was the kid that when I said I was a Deadpool fan before Deadpool got famous, I mean it.
You were.
Had been a Deadpool fan for years. So when I started getting all this other stuff coming out, like video games, and hey, there's a CGI trailer made by Blur Studios, that I bootlegged, and it was like when you bootleg a trailer, how it looks where it's all sideways and grainy. Yeah, I watched that until somebody leaked the real one. I had that downloaded and I would watch it constantly. And then the actual animatic got released, and I watched that over and over and over. And then when the movie got announced, which I knew it was going to, I knew once that trailer footage, that thing hit, they were going to greenlight it. Now, what I didn't know was I really thought, I was like, they're going to do the PG-13 thing. Until you had that very awesome, what is it, Extra? Was it Extra with Mario Lopez? I can't remember what show Mario Lopez is on.
Extra.
It was Extra. And they did that. And I was like, that's awesome. Now, I'm going to be honest. As much as I love the rated R Deadpools, and I know that in certain cases he is that way, Deadpool can be a PG-13 character. He really can. But they hyped it up so much with the R rating, though, that it's kind of hard after going to the R rating to go back. It's kind of like watching Logan and watching, Deadpool and Wolverine, and then their next movie. It's going to be a little bit harder to see him go back if they're planning on doing that, But
there's rumors that he was staying.
I know, and to be honest, I don't want a new Wolverine, and what I mean by that is I'm not saying I want Hugh Jackman forever, but I think, honestly, if we're going to bring the X-Men in, which Feige's been talking about, that it's going to start trickling in a little bit, I think you should just go ahead and go to X-23. Like, I love Hugh Jackman. I still, to this day, is he an awesome Wolverine? And it would hard to see anybody else in that role now. Yes, I still want my 3 foot tall Wolverine.
I'll start getting in shape for it, bro. We're gonna
My
make it happen.
5'3". He's like 5'2", 5'3".
Right.
Yeah,
he's Jay.
but that was another person that when he was first announced, everybody's like, he's too tall. Like, I think the original guy was supposed to be Doug Ray Scott, and he had to drop out, and then they went to Jackman.
What
so
is going on, everyone? Chris.
Hugh Jackman wasn't even like the first choice.
See, for me, I'm at the point now where I'm like, if I don't get more Channing Tatum as Gambit, I'm riding.
Dude, I think thanks to that movie, I think that's happening.
Yeah.
Like,
he was so freaking good.
He was attached to that character almost as long as The Rock was to Black Adam.
Yep. The only difference is he delivered. The Rock did not.
That's true.
But we all knew The Rock wasn't going to.
Danzig.
We all knew The Rock, though, as Black Adam. I mean, he was going to look like a hero just because of how gigantic he is, but we all knew acting-wise we were just going to have The Rock playing the same character he's played in most movies. You and I have been in the opinion that the guy, and I forget his name, but he was the captain that got killed in the Chris Pine Star Trek movie. that guy would have made a good Black Adam.
Oh yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yep, I just forget his name, but
And I don't know much about the Exiles fable, but I kind of like watching stuff I don't know a whole lot about and reading about stuff. That's why I have, my the list that will be popping up later. I love to read things I've never really dove into. That's why I really like the Shang-Chi movie because other than like one or two issues of Master of Kung Fu,
see,
I think that was the title.
the thing with Shang-Chi for me that I enjoyed about it, I could care less that is actually a Marvel movie.
Mm-hmm.
You and me are the same way. I don't know how if Kyle is or not. You and I loved the martial arts action flicks growing up. That's what that was for me. I got a comic book movie that was a martial arts hit film with some of the fight scenes.
Did we not earlier just discuss how much more I liked Kung Fu than Highlander?
Yeah, I'm talking about movies like Bloodsport and all those.
Please.
Chuck Norris movies, stuff like that.
I own multiple copies of Seven Deadly Venom. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
All right, there we go. that's what made Shang-Chi for me.
Yeah.
And to my dad's credit too, he actually thought it was pretty decent. So did my brother, which is saying something because Jay knows my dad and my brother's martial arts history and stuff like that. So they're both Hall of Famers. But yeah. But I'm with you, Jay, and that's also why I like Doctor Strange because that movie was again something so totally different from a majority of the MCU stuff for me. Nothing is going to be Captain America: Winter Soldier.
That's mine. That's my favorite. Like, I love some of the other movies that they've put out, but there's something about Winter Soldier that nothing for me has topped it yet.
But yeah, hopefully DC will get to that point though.
I love Kung Fu Hustle. I love Kung Fu Hustle. I have that in Shaolin Soccer and some of those other Stephen Chow movies.
I think I'm gonna go home and watch. I think I'm gonna go home and watch Crouching Tiger tonight, just because we're talking about Kung Fu, or
that'll work.
Martial arts movies, just because I feel like I need some Jet Li in my life.
Yeah,
Jet Li. See, now you got me. Now I'm like, I need to go watch Drunken Master.
Ooh, I don't know if I have that on Blu-ray though.
I know it's on Tubi. You can watch it on Tubi.
I've got all of my martial arts action movies I bought on physical media at this point.
Okay.
Because I don't trust them to stay on the streaming services.
Actually, another one that I really like, I think it's called Showdown in Little Tokyo with Dolph Lundgren and Brandon Lee.
Oh yeah.
Love that movie as well. Fist of Legend, yes.
I always thought it was weird that Dolph Lundgren and Todd Lundgren weren't related, but that's just a whole other conversation about I don't want to work, I just want to bang on a drum all day.
Right.
Now
that we're doing all the kung fu talk, we need that comedian to come in here and just start doing, hey, Cheryl.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned was it Todd Lundgren?
Todd Lundgren.
Lundgren?
Yeah. Todd Lundgren.
Like the bang on the drum thing, heard that song forever. Mm-hmm. I did not know that was the same dude that did Hello, It's Me.
Mm-hmm. So different, right?
And it blew my mind when I figured that out.
Oh my God. Okay, I got a question for you, Kyle, because I know you're very particular. What is your favorite?
Particular, that's a word for it.
Yeah. What is your favorite suit so far? Like, just it doesn't matter which comic property it is. It could be for accuracy or just you like the look of it. But do you have a costume that?
Jim Carrey's Riddler.
Okay. That is, yeah.
Got some John Astin, Frank Gorshin vibes with that.
right?
At least I did.
Well, that's kind of my weird answer, right? Is like Jim Carrey's Riddler is my favorite suit. If we're talking about a superhero,
Didn't have to be. If that's your favorite, that's your favorite.
no. If we're gonna go superhero side, I really did like Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther suit. I also really liked Blank Man.
Blank man.
But in terms of things that people have seen, it's Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther, or there's a special place in my heart for the John Michael Wesley or whatever his name is, the Jay Garrick Flash, John Wesley Shipp, Jay Garrick's Flash suit from the Flash TV series. I even like Eobard Thawne's anti-Flash suit, like from the Flash series.
Yeah, oh god, that suit is. See, the funny thing is, I was talking with Jay about doing a video of favorite Arrowverse stuff. I thought Brandon Routh's Kingdom Come suit. That's my favorite live action Superman suit.
Can I tell you something interesting? I stopped watching the Arrowverse in the middle of Kingdom Come because I'm like, I just jumped the shark. I'm over it. I haven't watched a second of it since then.
Great seeing all the different universes and seeing Burt Ward and seeing the dude from the first Batman movie.
Mm-hmm. Arthur Darvill as Rip Hunter was also a good costume, but it's not really a suit.
I just loved him as Rip.
How about Warren Beatty? Since we were talking about Dick Tracy, Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy outfit, or just that whole movie aesthetic? Or are you not a big fan of that?
There's a reason that Carly Simon wrote "You're So Vain" about Warren Beatty. If anything was going to sour me to Dick Tracy, it would be that film. Now, my love for Dick Tracy is so strong that film couldn't even hurt it. But, like, that would have been the one to do it in.
I agree with you, Ed, real quick. I agree with you, Ed. The fact that, for me, I know it's very strange, and we're going to, if you haven't entered that hashtag, go ahead and do that. Kyle has probably been up working since like 2:00 this morning. He's probably ready to go, and we appreciate the time he spent.
If y'all are gonna keep going, I can go like another hour.
Well,
I just got a text that says I don't need to rush home to give my dad his pain meds after his surgery yesterday, so
okay,
I can hang for a little while longer at least.
Cool. Well, just, like you said, whenever you're ready, man, just bounce. Let us know. We appreciate taking the time.
Just tell us to F off and head out.
For me,
what?
Say it again,
I can hear what Sean said.
I said, just tell us F off and head off when you're ready.
Yeah, no, get everybody enter the giveaway. Hashtag blame Sean.
Yeah.
It's like blame Canada, but more realistic.
Yeah. Now, see, I have said this before about Spider-Man, and this is my own opinion. I thought Tobey Maguire was an awesome Peter Parker. I dug his Peter Parker. But his Spider-Man wasn't believable for me. Now we go to Andrew Garfield, and he had an amazing, pun intended, Spider-Man. But his Peter Parker was too cool for me. Like, he was just a little too cool to be Peter Parker. For me, Tom Holland, don't fight Kyle. love you, Bearded. It's about the Dick Tracy movie. Love you,
no, I'm joking. You're giving any props to Andrew Garfield at all as Spider-Man.
What, see, with Tom Holland, though, Tom Holland, for me, I know people say, Spider-Boy, whatever, or Iron Boy, whatever they want to call him. For me, I thought he was a very good mix. His movies, and I don't usually rank the movies, but if I was going to, for me, they would be 3, 2, 1, with 3 being the best. Now, No Way Home is not because of the nostalgia with all the cameos and stuff like that. That's not why. It feels like Marvel did something interesting and told his origin story kind of in reverse. You know, Uncle Ben's already gone by the time we meet him in Civil War. Okay. By the time we get to the third movie, spoilers if you haven't seen No Way Home, which I hope most of you have seen it, we lose Aunt May. And people forget that about Peter Parker as long as they're on Earth. So I have questions about that, but that's for another time. Maybe later in this episode. But at the end, he's making his own suit. I love whatever fabrics he's using because now he doesn't have the Stark tech. He is starting from scratch. And while I don't need to see poor Spider-Man for the rest of his movies, seeing that was chills. I got chills when he jumped out that window in that suit that he made. I actually liked that suit more than the suits that he had prior. So Ed, I'm 100% with you on that.
I can see that. I can tell it's Spider-Man 400. It's just backwards.
Death of Aunt May. I challenge you to read that book and show me where that movie is.
I thought it was better. Look, Bearded, I honestly thought it was better than Homecoming. Homecoming to me was the weakest.
Tom Holland is too pretty to be a good Spider-Man.
Well,
period. The action was fine, but Tom Holland is not believable as Peter Parker. What's his name? Parkour Spider-Man, the middle guy, Andrew Garfield, was terrible all around. And, oh, by the way, Tobey Maguire was great as Peter Parker, was awful as Spider-Man. They have yet to make a Spider-Man that didn't make me want to punch someone. Well, okay, the animated series. But other than that.
Well, that's like saying they haven't made an X-Men that hasn't pissed people off except for the cartoons.
Correct.
And
what we're really saying is everything just needs to be animated.
What we're really saying is that these companies just need to hire me to tell them when to stop.
Well, then we wouldn't have any movies, Kyle.
No. What we would have is okay, I want to posit a theory to everybody. Let me put this one on there. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, so I'm going to put it out there. Okay? What does it hurt these companies to make these movies comic book accurate? And by that I mean, within the constraints of what is physically possible given the technology and human ability, comic book accurate. Because the reality is everybody says they make these movies so that the average viewer can understand them. Do you mean to tell me that they're dumbing down space flight and a planet that's made out of a head of a celestial for the average viewer? Or the relationship between Mantis and Ego for the average viewer? Or here's one. Time travel inside the Marvel Universe, inside the Spider-Man series, and multiversal stuff, they're dumbing that down for the average viewer? It costs you nothing to make these movies comic book accurate because it makes people like me happy. And the normies don't know the difference.
See, the funny thing is, though, Jay's best example of that is Watchmen. They did that comic book accurate, and people didn't like it.
They made a bad movie.
So that means Watchmen is a bad comic.
No, it means Damon Lindelof didn't understand what Alan Moore was talking about. Like, the reality of it is that, especially when it comes to your big characters, Spider-Man, Batman, Captain America, Superman, Wonder Woman, Iron Man now, some of these things, your big characters, it costs you nothing to be accurate to the comic book stories. Right? Because it makes people like me happy. and it makes the normies don't know the difference. When you get into your more niche characters like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, like V for Vendetta, like The Spirit, like Watchmen, like these things, you need to be more broad. And I can accept that, right? Because these characters are so esoteric that holding to them, let's be honest, they weren't the best-selling comics to begin with.
Right.
So all of a sudden, you wind up taking esoteric characters because you can license them cheap or they're public fucking domain, and you're making a movie out of it, and you're trying to be comic book accurate with a character that comic book people don't really care about.
What
So
did you think? Okay, sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought.
turns into this idea of you're robbing Peter to piss off Paul. And so that's my theory that I want to posit to everybody. What does it cost these companies to be comic book accurate? Really, especially when it comes to your already big, broad, pretty easy to understand characters.
That's fair enough.
Again, nobody wants to see a shot-for-shot adaptation of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Here's one. Faust was in development. No one needs a shot-for-shot adaptation of fucking Faust.
See, what about Old Guard?
Well, that's another example. It's such a niche comic, right? That you've got to broaden the story arc to make it accessible, because it wasn't that accessible to hardcore nerds. Remember, everybody, I do this for a living. So I wake up in the morning and I think about this stuff. Like,
Like I said, though, everybody's entitled to an opinion. Everybody here, your opinions are all valid. So, if you disagree with something any of us says, no worries here. No worries here at all. Like, if you got something that you want to express, by all means, man, go ahead. Like, I want to hear y'all's opinions. That's why we have our chat up on the screen, because I love hearing from y'all. Like, you thought that Tom Holland was a terrible Spider-Man? That's what you think. If you thought Henry Cavill was the best Superman ever, nobody's ever going to replace him, that's what you think.
I will say this, and I just ran down Tom Holland a little bit. I think Zendaya is a great MJ. I even think Marissa Tomei is a really good Aunt May. Do I wish Marissa Tomei was 20 years older playing Aunt May? Yes. But Marissa Tomei, I think, is going to be hot until she's dead. Like,
That's true. True.
So it makes it difficult, right? Marissa Tomei is like that friend of yours mom who's like, why are you dressed?
That's Stacy's mom, because she.
Yeah, it's Stacy's mom kind of situation.
Oh,
Hey, bearded comic bro. Why don't you ask Warren Beatty how he feels about the Dick Tracy movie?
it makes Bearded feel good, and that's all that matters. We don't care about Warren Beatty's opinion. He's not here.
When the actor regrets having been in the movie, you know something went horribly wrong. And it did. That movie that wound up coming out was not the movie those people signed up to be in.
And yet it's still awesome.
Here's the thing for me, though, because when it comes to Dick Tracy, when I saw that movie, I knew nothing about comics or anything. So when I saw it, it's kind of like the benefit of watching the World of Warcraft movie. I know nothing about World of Warcraft, so I actually enjoyed that movie. Now, you talk to the fans, that's a completely different thing. But movies are so subjective. We're not all gonna ever have the same opinion on one movie. Like, it's never gonna happen. I just sat and watched all but one. I haven't like gotten brave enough to do it yet. The Toxic Avengers movies.
Those movies are great.
And I'm like, these are so bad, but they're so great at the same time. Though that's a perfect way to do it. It's so terrible. It's awesome. And then from there, I spun out into, you know what? The Toxic Crusaders cartoon is on here. I started watching that. Like,
There are two people in my life that I have actually been speechless meeting. The first one was when I met John Waters, and the second one was when I met I'm gonna blank on his name, the guy who created Trauma, the guy who created Toxic Avenger.
oh gee,
I'd have to Google it.
Yeah,
that makes me so mad because it's right there on the tip of my tongue.
right.
I mean, if Bearded wants to come on right now and debate this,
Starts with an L.
Lloyd Kaufman.
There you go.
Right. Like it was those two people were like, oh, there was a third. It was when I met Melissa Benoist because no one is supposed to be that pretty in real life. But
is she at least nice?
Melissa Benoist?
Yeah.
It was in a line at the Comic-Con. Like you didn't really get to talk to her.
Oh, okay.
Also, the woman. Also, I had this. You know what? Okay, two more. Melissa Benoist and the girl who played in Warehouse 13. I'm gonna forget her name too. But anyway, they're just not supposed to be that pretty in real life.
See, I've heard that Tara Strong in real life is really pretty too.
Yeah, but Tara Strong, I've like actually talked to and is not. Allison Scagliotti.
Yes, Claudia.
Yeah, Claudia from Warehouse 13.
I've only watched a couple episodes with you, Jay. Which one is she?
The youngest one. She's
short-haired
like
steampunk girl.
20s. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, check out Allison Scagliotti's music now. Warren Beatty did direct the movie, but he didn't have final cut.
There's something I didn't know. Huh.
I thought it was hilarious that it took me the longest time to realize that 88 Keys was on Criminal Minds.
He was Inigo Montoya.
So.
Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. By the way, he's great on TikTok.
Mandy
Patinkin.
Yeah. He's awesome no matter what he does for the most part. But, oh, Lord.
Well, eventually in the coming weeks, that's going to be the dream, folks. I want to pull folks from the chat to be on the show with me, especially on the Saturdays that Sean's not able to make it.
Right. He wants to keep all the guests for himself is what he's saying.
There you go. Well, what Eddie said. I want Snyder to cut Dick Tracy. I could get behind that.
It's okay, Jay. I get it. You just want the guests for yourself. That's all.
We can pull them on. It's just, again, I don't want to pull too many people on because we already usually go 5 hours.
The thought of doing this for 5 hours just sapped all of the energy out of my body. I don't know how you do anything I don't know how you do this for 5 hours, Jay.
We just
there's a reason I cap EXP shows at 2, damn it.
I know.
We hit 2 like it's nothing. But a lot of the last 2 weeks have literally just been this is somebody in the chat will hit a topic and next thing we know, 45 minutes later.
Randy, I love you, man. That's never gonna get old to me.
He got us good. I forgot what he got us with last week, but he got us really good at something because we were like, really?
Yeah.
And then
he does that all the time now. And yeah, it was Ed.
Yep.
And then I'm like, I told Nancy, I was like, Randy knows the best rumors because he's the one that starts them.
Yeah. The sad part is I still am waiting for whomever it is to send you the picture of that Reverse Flash sketch cover so we could see the real book.
Oh, that was Nope.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for him to send you a pic because I want to see the actual book.
I don't remember if I ever asked him to.
Oh. Because now I really want to know, because obviously the image you showed on screen, I'm like, it's so good. There's no way that was a sketch. But I just want it's like I want to see a picture of the actual book.
Oh, like I said, we're gonna do that one time because I really want. There's so many folks that I want to talk to about their comic origins and what they love to collect and things like that. And like Bearded, I started watching him long before we started the channel. It was him and Robbie were the inspirations. They really were. I think I've told Bearded this before. They were the inspirations for the channel, and for me, him and his wife did a Friday show that was like name that character.
Yep.
And I really love watching those. And they had like the cooking one.
It was the name the character and the cooking ones always were super cool.
And now he's gotten into really good reviews, or not really. I'm sorry, not
interviews.
Interviews.
Yeah.
Like some of the folks, I think recently he had talked to Rodney Barnes, and I can't remember the latest episode, but he's been doing some great stuff.
But a lot of that too, the reason why they were so fun is, Variant was big then, but Variant is mostly like list creation stuff, whereas like what Bearded and all them do is we were like, yeah, see, now I'm learning and hearing stuff from that perspective, whereas, it's not just here's a list of the greatest things ever. It's like, and that's cool. That's what Variant and Watch Mojo are great for. Oh, he's got some news for you, Jay.
And real fast, nope. Take your time, man, and obviously be careful while you're driving.
Yeah, don't YouTube live and drive, homie.
Yeah, like I'm not in a humongous rush. I'm actually curious to see what it looks like in person.
Yeah, drive, bro. We'll be here.
Yeah.
Robbie, okay, I'm going to go ahead and say this now. And hopefully, and I've said it, I'll say it to Robbie one day face to face. The fact that man every week can come on and talk about 20 plus books like he does, when I'm doing good to remember 3, still amazes me. And Kyle, you're the kind of the same way. The fact that you could sit there and remember that much stuff.
Yeah, but Sean, I don't remember what I had for dinner, and that happened between Jay and I's live sale and this show. Like, my brain is full of things that like only matter for doing this and going on Jeopardy. Like, I just commented on JD's Facebook. He mentioned JD made a post, and this is the way my brain works, and this is off topic. But he made a post that, did you know that the Archbishop of LA in the 70s was named James McIntyre, which is JD's name? And I commented, did you know that the Bishop of Orlando is technically also the Bishop of the Moon? Like, I know that. I don't know why I know that. I don't know where I learned that. But, like, it's...
awesome.
It's one of those, like, things for me that I've decided to devote the energy to remembering esoteric bullshit and not things like how to do laundry. Like, so, and Robbie, I think, is largely the same, because when Robbie and I have talked, it turns into, that thing where you get 2 teenage girls together and the speed and pitch at which they talk, the only people who can hear it are dogs.
Yeah.
Robbie and I do that, but it's like we start referencing panels and pages very specifically that like no one needs to know, and we probably shouldn't. It's probably some kind of undiagnosed mental illness. But no, it's when I worked in radio, I did sports talk radio, and I realized that I had a knack for remembering statistics and things about games that happened years ago, right? And the thing about comic books is it's kind of the same. is that you have a Spider-Man compartment that you go to in your brain, and it's just full of Spider-Man stuff. And you have a Batman compartment you go to in your brain, it's full of Batman stuff. Mine tends to be way more obscure than most. I couldn't tell you what issue the first Reversed Flash is, or when the first time Barry Allen slept with Iris West was. I don't care. That doesn't stick there. But I could tell you exactly which page and which panel is the first time you see the Invisible Man in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. You know what I mean? Like, again, nobody needs to know.
I can tell you this. After recently reading some of that comic, there's a few pages of that's going to be burned into my brain for the rest of my life.
I can't wait till I make Jay read some of the really weird stuff that I love. Like, I'm going to send Jay some Vaughn Bodie and a bag of mushrooms, I think, and just see what happens.
Oh, goodness.
What's up? Nope.
Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know. Like, this is a story about how weird my comic book obsession is. Are you ready? I was fed a suggestion on social media that I should become friends with Paul Giamatti, who you may know from Sideways and is John Adams from John Adams and a bunch of other things. I immediately, when he accepted my friend request, sent him a big, long message about how important the movie American Splendor was to me. Because I love that comic. And I love Harvey Picar. And how important street level real world comics are to me. And it starts with new Will Eisner's New York and some of that kind of stuff. And while some of the stuff is wildly problematic, like, oh my God, were these people messed up? When you start to think about comics not having to be dudes who fly through the air or wear their underwear on the outside, and you start to think about comics as being a way to represent humanity in whatever form it takes, all of a sudden comic books take on a whole new life and a whole new meaning. And that's so damn important. It's why Bendis's Marvel characters resonate with so many people. It's why, you have books like Alias with Jessica Jones. You have books like Daredevil with Charlie Cox. You have these things that resonate so strongly with people, is because, holy shit, I'm 1 degree from being the Punisher. Or I'm 1 degree from, if I was blind, maybe I could be Daredevil. Hi, Jenna.
Hi, Kyle. Surprise seeing you here.
Yeah. Well, Sean was talking about maybe being a punk and not showing up, and I didn't want Jay to have to do this himself. So I said I'd come on to start.
I worked a little later than I normally do for these lives. I usually try and get done about 9, but there was a wedding, so I had a bunch of rides to do.
Have fun. I'm glad you're home. And you could go ahead, and while Jay is doing this, why don't you hook up the new internet?
Oh my.
Yeah.
You see it?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
right
Oh
there.
my.
Anyway.
And just real quick, because I forgot to mention this to Kyle beforehand. So unfortunately for us, StreamYard's chat, the delay isn't as much as it is on Restream. Restream, it's like
15
it feels like 15 seconds.
It's almost
So-
30 seconds because I've been known to do stuff on there and say hi to the
Yeah.
guys and then they not see it for a while.
It's Bearded said finally my better half.
Yeah, no. So here's
Hey,
what
Ed,
you
hey,
don't-
no.
here's what you guys don't know about Kyle. I used Restream for about 10 years before I switched to StreamYard. And the reason we switched is because you couldn't do a live sale in Restream. The delay was too long. I would have to show a book, wait till I want to pull the book down, and then count 30 seconds. So that's why we don't use Restream for other things.
Yeah.
No.
I am looking at EVMux and a couple of other comparable systems that are less expensive than StreamYard. For those of you out there, I know Bearded does a channel, and some of the other folks here in the chat have a channel as well. So if you're looking for things, Kyle at the EXP Live, I'm glad to help anybody. Just reach out. Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the important things, like why street level characters are better than people who fly.
Oh my goodness.
See, for me,
I can't answer that.
why I started getting into like horror comics is because I got so tired of reading. Oh Lord, there's the little sausage.
She won't let me work to do the thing. She keeps attacking me, so I'm having her attack Jay now.
I'm going to eat something that size when I get home. I'm so hungry.
Just hold her so I can get the internet hooked up.
Yeah, one collection down. Hit me up. I have some suggestions.
Yeah, I think StreamYard or this account. What did we pay, Jay? $20?
Maybe. Like I said, if it wasn't, this is good for what we're doing.
Yeah.
But for like what Kyle's talking about with the experience and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Sales shows. I just wish that they would make it a little bit. I mean,
if you guys want to pivot to talking about streaming a little bit, we can. I mean, I'm down.
Yeah.
So for those of you if you're not doing remote streaming, right? So like Jay and Sean are not in the same place. If you're just going live, there are tons of free availability that will let you multi-stream. Streamlabs OBS, Restream has a free service that will let you multi-stream to 2 channels.
Yep.
Like there are many things you can do where you have this customization, right? That won't kill your wallet. When you're looking to do the remote multiple locations, like I'm in Ohio, those 2 dudes are in Texas, but they're not even in the same place in Texas. Like we couldn't do this on some of these other platforms, but there are a number of other ones out there. EVMux is a big one. There's a couple of other options that allow for that kind of thing that are free or nearly free. The big one that I'm investigating now is a way to do hell, when I started to do stuff like this, we did it through Skype. And we use Skype and a screen cap device and audio routing to be able to do it. So there are ways to be able to do this fairly cheaply. But it's a different demon. So like I said, anybody who wants to talk about this, email me, Kyle at the EXP Live, and we will dig into it. YouTube, I believe it or not, and this is this is not platform specific. This is YouTube, this is Meta, this is Insta, this is everybody. They don't want you multi-streaming.
Ooh.
That's why they're not building it in. They don't actually want you even remote distance streaming. Because that's not where they make their money. Right? It's why Meta nerfs YouTube links. It's why YouTube doesn't have a social media function yet. It's coming, but it doesn't have a social media function yet where you can link to your other socials easily other than like through link in bio or Bitly or one of those.
Are you talking about Han Papo? Is that who you want to see around, guy?
He's sleeping.
He's sleeping.
But they want you to only go to the one platform. And so all of these companies are existing outside and then having to access the public-facing API of these companies. And again, when we talk about public-facing API, I can get really in the weeds about the universal code and really, really, really specific shit that is just going to make my brain swell and make me want to cry. But needless to say, third-party software is always going to be your best bet. You just have to find one that works for your budget and works for your needs. And I'm more than happy to help anybody find some. So.
Yeah, you see, that's the other thing that we really push here is the comic community should be together. You know, I know we're all going for views and things like that, but we should be about helping each other. That's what the community should be. You know, is a bigger channel helping a smaller channel, or if a smaller channel has some kind of info that a bigger channel needs, you know, share it. There
So
shouldn't be
the story of how this all came to be, right, was it was me and a guy named the late Dave Phillips, as he passed away just before COVID. But me and Dave Phillips and Ming Chen from Comic Book Men sitting at a bar at a con that is the size of this stream. Like, literally, the number of people who are here were many people who showed up at this convention. And we're sitting at the bar after the show, and Ming had just launched his podcast studio, Shared Universe. Dave was running a podcast studio in Detroit, and I was running stuff down here. And we started talking about how we could all work together. And that's when, we started talking about Skype and the technology involved in that. And then Ming was reached out to by StreamYard when they were brand new. Like, nobody was using StreamYard. And Ming sent me the link, and I tested it, and I liked it a lot. And so I started using StreamYard. And I've grown with StreamYard now for since 2018.
Take care, Randy. Appreciate you being here.
Randy.
Yeah, see you, Randy.
Bye, Randy.
To the point where, like, now I beta test and write code for them and stuff, like, as a weird side hustle to the experience. So all of this to say, the tech community, the comic book community, the streaming community, the internet community, we're all connected. It's a small world after all. Anyway,
I've got the lovely bunch of
Yeah.
Anyway.
So anyway, it's
send us the password and we're set up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna text it to you right now, Jenna.
Okay, thank you. Also, I can't find a cord to direct line your.
Yeah,
computer.
we're gonna have to look for that later.
Okay.
I didn't send one. What kind of asshole am I?
I don't know, Kyle. I've been asking that for years.
Oh
no, I swear I thought I put what. I bet it's laying in the back of my car, having meant to be put in that box. And I'm gonna be super pissed when I go back there and there's like an 8-foot blue cord, and I'm like, God. Anyway,
Jay, just remember what Bearded said.
Yeah,
Kyle has to be here for that.
100%. And like I said, having folks in the chat, whether it's Nope or Randy or Lorena or just anybody that wants to hop on just to talk, like the fact that y'all are here, like I want you to understand, and I hope you do, how much this means to me, that you would sit here and listen to us babble on for hours on end and join in on the conversation. And a lot of times, most of you stay for the entire thing. And it's just like that. It means a lot that anybody would want to sit here and listen to us.
Yeah.
So, interestingly enough, and this is something, and I'm gonna take off here in just about 5 minutes. So, last chance to enter hashtag blame Sean.
Damn it, Kyle! That's supposed to be between me and you.
No, hashtag blame Sean gets you entered for a giveaway for the Comic Book Shopping Network Punchline #1.
Okay, that's
CBS
awesome.
exclusive Tyler Kirkham variant. It's the origin of Punchline. eBay value $15.
Okay.
Anyhow, there's a song by Cub Coda, who most people don't know who he is. He was the lead singer of a band called Brownsville Station. Ed, I know, is old enough to probably remember Brownsville Station. I don't know how old other folks are, and why I know Brownsville Station is beyond me. Anyway, he sang a song called Welcome to My Job, and the lyrics of the song are, welcome to my job, this is what they pay me for. And the whole song is about how cool it is to be a rock star. Now, he can't believe he's a rock star. There is not a day that goes by that I am not absolutely shocked that I get to go online and talk about people who wear their underwear on the outside of their pants for a living. Right? That I don't get to sit down and you know, read comics and get paid for it.
Beard is disqualified.
Like I said, it's one of those things that, like, yeah, that's funny. But no, like I said, I can't believe this is what we get to do. Like, and it's cool that, like, on some level we rescued Jay from the Kroger, you know, and
I tell Jay all the time, if y'all want to pay me what I make from what I'm doing now, I will leave in a heartbeat.
We wouldn't exist.
That's true.
hey, we will talk about that another time, Sean, because yeah, no,
I've offered my services for other things.
but no, sometimes I just can't believe this is what we get to do for a living. So shout out to those of you who tune in. Shout out to those of you who show up.
Yeah.
And at the same time, shout out to the people who buy comics, because otherwise we wouldn't.
Hashtag blame Kyle for his negativity on Dick Tracy. Oh, I love our chat though. I really do.
Ding! There's your winner.
And the sad thing is, I think Kyle was about to say something serious.
That or he's about to show off something and be like, watch this.
Oh,
that's great.
That's what I'm going to say about, yeah. That's what I'm going to say about StreamYard. Talk about StreamYard again. I wish the latency wasn't so bad. So far, that's my only complaint. So again, you know, and I said this before, if you ever feel like we're ignoring you, just
give it about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's just it takes a while before it comes up on our end. I hear Kyle.
Yep, here he comes. All right. Oh, should we tell Kyle about now what everybody's goal is for me for a cosplay, since I mentioned it last week? Because now everybody wants to see me as cosplay as Kingpin.
I did cosplay as Kingpin 4 Halloweens ago.
Yeah, but I brought that up. I was like, I could pull off Kingpin because of my size, and now everybody's like, now I want to see that.
It's not a hard costume.
No, it's just like Dick Tracy wouldn't be hard to do either.
Finding a yellow suit in a size that would fit us is hard. So
yellow suit, or is it a black suit with a yellow trench coat?
It depends on which one you're reading, to be honest with you.
I haven't seen the yellow suit one. I'll have to look up a picture of that. Anyway, go ahead.
This is box 7 of 9. And it has the entire Blackthorn Dick Tracy run. I have every Dick Tracy comic ever printed. The only Dick Tracy comic I don't own is the Detroit Mercury News from October 21st of 1939, which is the first appearance of Dick Tracy. So if you want to talk about Dick Tracy, you best come correct.
Whoa. Gauntlets have been laid down from both sides. In this corner.
This would be such a fun debate.
I know, right?
Like this is the times where I wish Hot Takes was still around.
By the way, the reason I grabbed that particular box is because that was the one that was closest to me.
Oh, I got your Steve.
Now that we've been watching Celebrity Deathmatch, that's who I'd use, though. All right, let's get it out.
Mills Lane?
Yeah.
What?
Hey, Kyle,
that show was great, huh?
Yes.
I got to hear Stevie Nicks live tonight.
Ooh.
I did a pickup from her. She was doing kind of like it was over in Cyprus at I think it was called the Black Box or something.
Sorry, Eddie. You're right. It's just going to be me and Bearded going.
Yeah, but whose ass is going to be shown in freeze frame?
Oh my!
Sean's. There you go.
I'm gonna keep my comment to myself.
Oh God!
I'm gonna keep my comment to myself.
That's awesome.
Why are you holding back? Everybody's been let loose on me all night. I mean,
You mean
Anyway,
Oh,
he doesn't have one?
that's right. The
Yeah, I have-
no-alcohol is
I have
The
strong.
no
acid.
acetol is strong in this one.
yeah, I have no acetol disease. We all know this.
yeah, kind of same. Well, I sit on a hard stool here at the office, so what I did have has been flattened like a pancake.
Oh.
All right.
Did you put that in?
So I got about 5 minutes before I got to take off. Thanks guys for having me on. Jay, do we want to do the giveaway now while I'm still here?
Yeah, let me.
Whoever wins, Jay will send a link that they can get me their information. Just send them the Henri link.
Did that show up?
Yep.
Yay!
It's there.
Awesome. All right. So oh wow. Okay. So here we go.
Them they're fighting words.
We got to shuffle it a couple times.
Again, never mind. That's just Sean, right? Yeah.
Then here we go. Ooh, it makes a noise. I've never used this before.
Oh, sweet. Randy, I've got your information already. So I'll just
Awesome.
Yay!
when my Gemini mailers show up, I'll get it sent out to you.
I feel like Jenna popping in the screen every so often is like Mortal Kombat. Toasty!
If she socks Jay in the face right now, I will lose my damn mind. Like,
Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last.
That's true.
nah, that's fair.
At least this time you'd be awake.
There was one time I almost broke his leg in my sleep.
You just
That's funny.
He just broke in my nose.
So yeah, it's
Well, you guys know the story of the time my business partner Amanda gave me a concussion, right? In the middle of the night.
No.
We were at a convention and we had to share a bed, and she elbowed me at the base of my skull and gave me like a full on, like, I probably should have gone to the hospital concussion. Anyway.
wow.
All right.
And you didn't, Kyle? How dare you?
But seriously, congrats, round guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
congrats,
congrats,
round guy.
guy.
Woo!
Even though he just left.
Yeah, Randy's already gone, but we'll let him know.
I will get that sent out to round guy again once my Gemini mailers show up.
Okay.
Which is hopefully this week.
Do I need to beat somebody up?
No, my brother-in-law and I just split a pallet and had them delivered to his house.
Ah.
So he's got to bring them when he comes for Thanksgiving.
Is that what it?
Yeah.
Ah.
So, guys, thanks for having me. Have a good rest of the show.
Bye,
I'm going to
Kyle.
go administer pain medicine to my dad after his surgery and fall face down into bed. I do want to promote real fast.
Yes.
Jay doesn't know this, but I'm running my live sale from tonight again tomorrow.
Ooh.
I'm going to run it back. Jay doesn't have to show up. I think I'm going to have some other folks pop in and hang out with me. But we are going to be doing a live sale over on the Experience tomorrow night, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I have really cool, like high-priced books,
Ooh.
as I grab a bunch of low-priced books.
I'm gonna go check on the car. I'll be back.
Oh, I do have some cheesecake, if you're into it.
Where's my cheesecake?
It's a booty cover.
I need
Hold
to
on.
see- Hold on, I'm coming.
Like, I gotta see this.
I'm not mad about that.
Nope.
I don't think anybody's mad about that.
No, let me find something real good here, though. Like,
Two round guy.
like this guy.
What is that?
Since he's mirrored, that's Next Men. John Byrne's Next Men.
Yes,
Right?
John Byrne's Next Men, Faith number 3. First appearance of Hellboy in color. And I say it that way because while most people consider it the first appearance of Hellboy, first appearance of Hellboy was San Diego Comics Presents number 3, where Hellboy appeared as a black and white sort of preliminary sketch by Mike Mignola. That is my white whale.
Nice. Is that already built up in YouTube to share the link, or are you doing that later?
I got to do that when I get home.
Okay.
So you guys will still be live by the time I get it built. So I will get that taken care of. But I got to make a thumbnail for that and stuff. So I'll get that taken care of when I get home, and I'll send it over to you because you guys will still be chatting, hopefully.
Yes.
Unless
I gotta
Sean
tell you
dies.
something real quick.
What?
So the way the girls are sleeping in the bed, Audrey's across the top of it, vertical, like horizontal,
This is
and Scarlett is just diagonal across the rest of the bed.
Sounds like how you sleep.
Shut up.
this is evidentiary of how tired I am right now. My microphone just like no longer wanted to stand up. So anyway. All right, guys, we'll see you next time. Thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for being here and letting me play along. We'll see you in the future, I'm sure, because Sean will punk out at some point, I'm sure. So I will see you
We'll
all.
be here next week because I got to work.
There you go. So maybe
Oh.
I'll be here next week, and Jay and I will do a much shorter version of this thing. We'll see you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Kyle. Goodness gracious.
I think I have to take him out though.
Yeah, I think you do.
Let me boom. There we go.
Ugh.
That was so. It was gonna be super funny if Bearded won, just from the friendly trash talk that's been happening tonight. That I would have laughed so hard.
Oh man.
But I think that's what we're gonna do next time. The next time when you're on, we'll do another one for our 500 giveaway that has now become 534, I believe.
Yeah.
All
For
534.
Shadowhawk. For anybody wondering, it's a Shadowhawk #1 signed by Jim Valentino.
Ooh.
Will be the giveaway.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
that was a pretty epic 2 hours and 45 minutes.
I'm telling you, he's a trooper too, man.
Do you want the password so you can try it on your phone?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
probably
I will make sure, Bearded, that Kyle sees that.
Oh, snap. Bearded, that's cool.
Here.
Mad
It's not
props.
going to show up very well on here.
Hey,
But you know what? My bad. I should have asked before I did that. I'm sorry.
but it's
I
the
wasn't
shelf.
even thinking.
Is Dick Tracy shelf?
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking. I should have asked before I did that. My bad.
We'll go back and post edit.
I know. I wasn't thinking about it. I was like, hey, look how cool. No,
Stop showing off everything.
I know.
Jay.
I know.
Gosh, Jay.
Oh,
Yeah, that was awesome. Like the fact that he came on anyway when you were going to be here was great. I wanted him to push because the experience is my job, so I wanted him to push some experience stuff and talk to y'all. And he's serious. If there's anybody out there who needs some help with something, email Kyle.
for reals.
Yeah, Fable, absolutely, man. I'd love to have you on. Love to have you on, man.
Hi, Fable.
So, Jay, have you seen this little
You know what I'm gonna do?
this
All right,
rumor
bye,
about?
one. Oh, wait. Somebody was saying bye. I was trying to say bye back.
That was Fable.
Oh, bye, Fable.
Oh,
Hi, Fable. Bye. I don't
have
know.
you seen this rumor, Jay, where you're going to get your 2/3 of Team Red possible team up movie?
Man, I hope so, dude. Like,
Apparently, rumor is for Spider-Man 5, bringing Daredevil in first, like a street level style story.
well, technically, they're still gonna do 4.
Oh, okay.
But I thought you'd find that interesting. It's like now all we need is for them to just be like, yep, and now add Ryan Reynolds, we're good.
I'll tell you, that's the one special that I hope that we eventually get is a Team Red special. It happened one time.
I'm so glad actually we brought that up because this was something I was going to say about an hour and a half ago, but we were on a way different topic, and it wasn't a good segue. Here's my Team Red special for you. It's a Christmas story. It's something Christmas related, I think. Or, actually, I don't know. You can probably take them and do any holiday. You can probably do Valentine's, Halloween, and it's something hilarious, I think.
Let me see if I can.
But apparently we're going to get a Ryan Reynolds said that there might be a Deadpool holiday special coming. It's like, oh, Lord.
if Fable doesn't get on before me, I call dibs.
But
Let me
trust me, Peter. When we say we want people come on, like you're like top of that list, dude. Like you're there.
There's so many people like it like I want people to know it's not like going to be an interview show or anything. It'll be just like with Kyle. Like I might ask you some questions because I am curious about when you started collecting and everything. But it'll just be like a hangout, just like we're doing.
Yep.
I'm going to see if I can do this without messing everything up.
And then we can ask. Then we'll ask Beard about his Batman collection.
Okay, so it's still going to do this. So everybody gets to see what I'm doing because I wanted to do this. There we go. I wanted to show everybody that. Which that is super cool.
I know, that's epic.
Like,
holy cow.
I think you and Kyle could rule the world with that.
Now, here's what I'm curious about, though, Bearded. Did you ever play the Dick Tracy game for Nintendo?
That is awesome. Okay.
God, that's so good.
Yeah. See,
does anybody remember that game, the Dick Tracy game on Nintendo? Because I loved it.
I really don't, dude. I remember, as far as Nintendo goes, I remember games like Dragon Spirit. Then I remember the Pac-Man game that allowed you to jump with the A button. Because me and my grandpa, Dewey, played that all the time.
Dragon Spirit, was that the one where, like, as you leveled up, you became like a 2 and eventually a 3-headed dragon, and you changed?
Well, you could do it at any time. Like, it was like Galaga almost, where you collected stuff. Like, if you got hit, it would drop you back down to 2 heads.
Yeah.
That was a game also that you could beat it after the first level if you decided to. Like, you would beat the game after the first level.
Yeah. I don't remember that. Yeah, because Dragon Spirit was cool.
And you know what, Ed? I'm kind of with you. I think we had the Guardians Holiday Special. I don't necessarily count Werewolf by Night as a Halloween special. I don't necessarily count it. I count that as a monster movie special.
Yeah.
I think that somebody doing a Halloween special, I'd want to know who would you want to see in it?
That would be interesting.
Like if it's MCU or DCU, what characters would you like? Because I can see a Halloween DCU movie with like Swamp Thing or one of those supernatural characters.
There was something I saw earlier where apparently I forget who is Alan Tudyk voicing? Is he Clayface? Or who is he? I can't remember.
He's gonna be Clayface. He's also here's where I'm getting confused with a little things, but I'm not taking it like super far like other folks are.
Yeah.
I thought they said that people were only going to play one character in this universe. If they played them in live action, or if they played them in the cartoon, they'd be in Lady Death would work too.
Yeah.
For a Halloween special. They'd play him in the live action. Well, Alan Tudyk is going to be the voice of G.I. Robot, but now he's also going to be the voice of Clayface, but I think it's still in the Creature Commandos. So yeah. I'm not sure if that counts as like playing double duty.
What I was asking is there's apparently now rumors of a Clayface movie coming from writer Mike Flanagan for DC Studios.
Well, you see, the thing that I've pretty much learned about rumors and everything is seriously, unless I hear it from James Gunn confirming it, I always just take it as a rumor because they need to worry about getting like we haven't heard the whole first chapter yet.
No,
we heard part of it, but I think we need to get through the things that they have basically said have been confirmed. Although Gunn has also said that unless a script is in place and it's a script that they really, really love, things could still change.
What's
Hey,
up, man? Okay, well then I will talk about something that actually was kind of, and blame Jenna for this. She sent me the trailer, but I'm going to give my take on the live action How to Train Your Dragon. I think is going to be awesome. That little teaser trailer has me really excited, and between that, like the live action Toothless and how Stitch is going to look, I'm actually kind of like genuinely excited for these adaptations.
let me go ahead since Mr. Price is in the chat.
Share the link to his
Pre-save. This is going to be the pre-save for Bigfoot Knows Karate #3. Y'all, the title says it all, but it doesn't say it all at the same time.
Yeah. If you want a book that's literally going to make you go, holy shit, every other page.
Yes,
That's
is going to.
serious.
Hey, you want to know something cool? So I was talking earlier about how I've been going through League of Comic Geeks to input our collection. I'm starting it. I'm not anywhere close to anything. Bigfoot Knows Karate is actually in there. Now, granted, it didn't have the cover that I have, but Bigfoot Knows Karate is actually in League of Comic Geeks. So I thought that was really awesome.
Anytime, Dan, dude. All you got to do, don't even have to ask. Anytime, dude.
100%. You and Casey have a tremendous book, and I hope more people hop on it.
Yes.
We got a couple other links too, because I almost forgot. But we're coming down to the final couple of days for awesome, Ed. That's so great. That makes me happy, man.
That's awesome.
We got No Heroin,
Yep.
Second Chances, Part 1 of 2 from Frank Gogol.
Which, by the way, for anybody, we're friends with Frank. Frank said that he's planning on doing Part 2 around mid-April. For anybody wondering when the follow-up's coming to Kickstarter, he's hoping around mid-April is when it'll launch on that. For anybody who backs this one and is waiting for the second one. I really want to get Frank on here one time and talk to him too.
I still would like to really get Edward Davis on here.
Edward, oh God, the list of people that, like, outside of other fellow YouTubers, the list of writers is long.
And Dan, of course, you're on that list too, man.
I'm just saying,
Ed Davis was kind of the first person to send us a PDF to like review his stuff, which, funny story, got lost in our mail, and I didn't discover it till like months later. But so many people I want to talk to, though. And not just interviews, just talk to you, just hang out with you and do like we just did with Kyle.
Yeah. Eddie, the link we just shared for No Heron is the first book of volume 2. So part 2 or issue 2 of volume 2 will be what launches in mid-April for No Heroin.
Damn, I thought I had the book right next to me. I was going to show it off. It's basically a newly sober, hasn't been sober very long lady comes back to her hometown, and she's looking for her friend. And apparently her friend has gotten close to basically drug selling vampires. But I don't explain it as awesome as the book is. It has been a very long time. Like, this has been a couple years. Frank kind of not left comics, but kind of put comics on the back burner for a little while. And he's coming back. And for me, this is like the perfect thing for him to come back to.
Yep.
I really, really dug No Heroin. And I have to thank Jenna for it, because Jenna's the one who picked up the 2 issues, and then she really liked it. So she got the trade. So I ended up reading it all. And then we read other things by Frank. Like Frank wrote a Power Rangers Unlimited. Was that the
Yeah.
one that he wrote?
I don't remember if it was an unlimited, but what it was the origin story of the Phantom Ranger, which, given how, like I said, I will say Frank is probably the biggest Power Rangers fan on the planet.
Yeah.
Period. So for him to be able to tell that story and for it to be as compelling as it was, and that universe in general for me, up through Ninja Storm is probably where I really stopped watching it all the time. But yeah, those are. The Phantom Ranger was someone that was always very mysterious and had no origins. So, drug dealing vampires.
Yes, and man, I wish I knew it. Well, it is in color. Like the cover is kind of black and white, but it is in.
It's very It's a
in
very
color.
vibrant book, color wise, especially the second volume.
Actually, hold on. I think I found it.
He thinks he found it. And Ed, you heard horror just because you love that book so much. So you wanted to hear horror. And you wanted to hear me struggle to say that word. But for real though, guys, while Jay's looking for no heroin, go click on the link for Bigfoot Knows Karate so that you know once it launches. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said you're launching it around March. Check it out, and if you haven't read any of the series, get all 3 books.
I was muted. So see, it's in color. It's just the covers have a little bit of color, but black and white. But yeah, hair. See, even if I try to say it, I will have to say it hair.
Yeah, it's easier to say Hydrasylum for me.
Yeah.
Rolls off the tongue.
Well, especially since I did the Hydrasylum thing.
Yes.
Hydrasylum.
Yeah.
Hair.
See, I can just do horror, which is what makes it hard for me.
Yeah. Like I said, that's for what we do right now, because we're not selling anything. It's okay. I just hope that there's like a plan in the future. There's some way to fix that latency, get it down just a little bit, because like I said, it sucks, but as long as everybody knows, we're not trying to ignore you or anything. Like, I almost feel like I should keep YouTube open on my phone so I can catch stuff before it comes in, but
we do good to concentrate on the one screen we got up.
True. Like I said, it's there's plus side and a downside. Bro, Ed, there are so many people that say Hydrasylum or Hydrasylum. Like, I think somebody called us Hydrasylum before.
Oh, somebody did it as a joke. Comic Journey called us Hydrasylum one time.
Oh.
But yeah, most people say Hydra and then they do another A.
Yeah.
So it's like Hydrasylum.
Yeah. Like I said, that's why I was like, if you think about it phonetically almost, Hydrasylum. Hydrasylum. I don't know why that works for me, but
he's going to sell it to everybody, dang it. It works. You will say our name correctly. Which Dan said that?
Oh, Wickline.
Oh, I haven't heard him try to say our name yet.
Well, once, and I tried to do this on the Geek Chat because I show up there because y'all, if you don't know this, if you ever see me as Jay, I'm usually on my phone. If it's Hydrasylum, I'm on the computer working on stuff. Hydrocodone.
The hard part is like K-pop is always like when we pop in and she'll be like, "Hi, Jay or Sean, whichever one of you is there." So we have to be specific about who's there.
She came to one of the shows on the EXP one time and said, "Hey, Jay or Sean." I was like, "This one's easy. Sean doesn't work here. I do." Like this is where I actually work.
Were you on there though as our channel?
No, I was on the as the experience.
Oh, okay.
It's just she knows it was
Oh, yeah,
me.
no, yeah. That's the big difference. Is Sean is not lucky enough to work in the comic industry like Jay and Kyle and Jenna did for a time. Sean is envious of that, but Sean is a dispatcher, works as a dispatcher / manager in the maritime industry.
Well, you
So-
you could be envious of the job. You let me be envious of the money. I think that's a fair trade of envy.
Yeah, but when you consider that it's 55 to 60-hour weeks, I don't think you're too envious.
I don't know. doing that with comics,
Now, see, doing that with comics, yes.
yeah. But I try to tell them, it's Jay. It's just I'm on the computer and I'm too lazy to switch over knowing that I'm working on something. So Dan's gotten to the point where he just says Jay. But yeah, the first couple of times he tried to say, yeah, it wasn't good. And there's some things that apparently I say because I call everybody boss.
Yep.
That stuck with me because my dad was a huge fan, and so was I, of NCIS. And that's what they called
Gibbs.
Gibbs. Yeah, that's what they said to Gibbs.
Mhm.
So that just stuck with me. So I would always call people.
See, the funny thing for me, though, is the boss thing for you didn't start becoming prevalent until you started working for the experience.
True, but I did it at work all the time too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, for me, because I'm a os, but I'm with the huh in front of it.
yeah. They're like make two. Make two knows if somebody says boss, it's me. And like there's sometimes I like Lorena asked on Tuesday, she showed up for Henri, and she's like, Jay? Question mark. And I said the easiest thing for folks to remember is I always, unless I can't be there, I'm Mondays, all the shows, Tuesdays, all the shows, Friday, both shows. So unless there's an emergency, those are the 3 shows that you'll definitely see me on. And if JD needs something off or whatever, then sometimes I've worked with everybody on the experience. Yeah. So we all kind of have our tells. At first I was told, it's supposed to be like nobody's supposed to know anybody from anybody. But my natural way to talk to people kind of slips out, so people people catch on to it. So
Yeah, but it also helps too that oftentimes on Comic Collectibles, Jay, you got that for us? Jay, we got to go to break. So it's like that helps. You know who's working that day.
true. It really messes poor Rex, man. It really messes him up when I show up and watch the Wednesday show because then he's calling JD Jay.
Whoops.
And I'm like, well, I can't do anything for you. I mean, I could hop on.
Guess who he likes more? No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
This one's mine, and I can't open it, and I can't find the bottle opener.
It was on the.
Wow.
Oh. If they say, "What's up, asshole?" they know it's Sean. Yeah, Sean's just getting dunked on like left and right, man.
Ed, how do you know if it's me?
Don't do it.
That's a can. You sure you want to open that can of worms?
Here
Not really. I'm actually about to bounce, guys. I'm sorry. I did a really long day today, and I only had a couple hours of sleep.
Yeah, well, you only got about 30 seconds before it happens.
Come on, you
Or
know,
24 according to Eddie.
he could surprise us and not do it.
There was that one time he didn't do it, trying to get me to do it. I love these.
Technically, he did it earlier. She
What
just
are the Jalisco fruit sodas? Oh, that one. Yep. Oh,
I like the cola ones, but I can never find them unless they're in the big packs.
true, but their orange one is dope.
This one is best.
That's a weird.
Let me make sure my life insurance is up to that one. All right, Ed, I see you.
He said something earlier, and I wish I would have started because it's way down there in the chat.
Yeah.
It was
What flavor are
something
you
about
drinking?
hopefully we can be civil and not warrant any.
Oh yeah, something like that. I remember that.
I'm gonna go make me a quesadilla, and I'm going to bed.
Now,
I love all y'all.
pretty soon though, everybody's going to start seeing blackberry ginger ales all over these live streams in December because that's coming.
Yeah, I
I
don't know. Fruit punch isn't
You want to try mine?
tremendous. Let me see.
I'm sorry. I thought you liked the fruit punch. That's why I get it for you.
I don't know. Maybe because I've been drinking RC all day and water.
Okay, good.
I got my circle. Not
None of this is
sponsored.
sponsored.
See,
Bring on the checks.
you want me to read what he said?
Read it in what you think would be Ed's voice.
I can't do Ed's voice.
Oh, okay. Then I'll come in. I'll let this one pass.
I knew. Like I felt it in my bones.
Oh,
And now it's R-rated.
Yep.
Because I'm missing a sock.
Oh
Yes.
my goodness. So yeah, like I said, it was cool to have Kyle on because that also gives everybody kind of a look at how it would be. You know, it's going to be us asking. Like the only reason I didn't ask Kyle the questions about like when did he get started is because I've heard most of it before.
Yeah.
I probably should have asked, but I was like,
yeah, but he brought in some really cool topics that I never would have really thought to touch on either. So
yeah.
that's what works for me. So
It's very cool of him to because like I didn't ask him, he offered, and I was like, yeah, dude, that'd be.
he's like, yeah, just to give it just to give the FU to Sean.
Yeah.
It's really what he did it for. He's like, Jay should never have to be on there alone. Like Jay will do everything for Hydrasylum by himself. He doesn't care.
I went 2 hours, a little over 2 hours last time by myself. All right, another link is dropping. This one is to Warcorns, Fistful of Rainbows.
Is that live or is this a pre-launch page?
I think it's still at pre-launch, but let me check.
Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and click the link. My name. Well, nope, the link doesn't work directly in the chat here.
It doesn't?
Not on the thingy, but let me put it on.
Well,
here.
yeah, that's. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, it's a pre-launch. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Jenna's. For anybody who doesn't know, there's two things that you can thank Jay and Jenna for. One, you can thank the coloring book on the two of them because of a picture and a message. Two, Jenna has been in Warcorns, technically. She was the Russian thing, the Russian one, if I remember right.
Yeah, the Russian horse. Oh, no.
Yeah, Eddie, you're thinking of in stores this week, where they talk about books that are in stores this week. And anything that went wrong on that show, or if I didn't show up, it was Kyle's due diligence and duty to blame everything on me for that show. So, yes, that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, what happened? Dang it.
I don't know what happened, Jay. Can't see you. We're all admiring the really dope Exo Man of War poster.
Man, I just saw the coloring book, man. That's what I was trying to find the coloring book.
I'm trying to remember, don't we have like 2 or 3 copies of that? Like one we said we'd never touch and another one that we're actually going to color at some point?
Yeah, but I just wanted to.
Uh-oh, I hear, is that Puppo or Penny?
No, it's Penny. She's rubbing around on the floor.
Goofball.
I will have to try to find it for next time, folks. I could have sworn I just saw it. I might have seen it while I was going through the boxes.
And you might have just saw it, but now that you're looking for it, you're never going to see it. Yeah, Eddie, it's a Warcorns coloring book. What kind of spawned the idea was we were talking about something one night after dinner. We were all sitting at the table, and it was about Warcorns. And something came up about the idea of, man, a coloring book would be awesome. Well, Jenna takes this crazy picture or does this crazy thing where she's got coloring pencils in her mouth and holding them in her hands, and Jay snaps a photo and puts it on Facebook and tags Garrett. And what was it, like 4 or 5 months later, Garrett said something about, yeah, we're doing a coloring book.
Yep.
So, yeah, thank you to them.
Did a coloring book and then decided to take Jenna's quote and put my name on the back of it.
Yeah.
So Jenna's quote is on the back of this coloring book, but it says Jay Burns underneath it. And Garrett did it to be funny.
Yeah, because
To
that's
start crap.
That is Garrett Gunn in a nutshell.
The problem is I picked it.
That's fine. You'll find it for next time. If you become too obsessed, you'll never come back to the camera.
Baby, come back.
Excuse me, yeah.
You can blame it all on me.
Well, I was trying to find the
Shoot.
That's fine. I'll find it for next time. Just like I found some really cool things. I don't know if I should. Well, Ed probably saw the video.
Did Ed see the video?
Well, there's one thing I haven't. Like, I got a new book this week, and I haven't showed it off yet at all.
Hold on. Hey, guys. I want to show you guys something so incredibly cool. The two of you that are in here. Are you ready for this? So, Sean's dad is actually a Hall of Famer. And this is the book that he's in.
Oh, I forget what page he's on.
I can't remember either. I wish I could.
And unfortunately, my dad's asleep, so I can't ask him.
wait. I think I just saw him. Oh, no. Where'd he go?
If it's the one all you got to do is look for a signature on it.
Ah. I just lost it.
Oh, that's cool.
What?
He did a Halloween coloring book.
Okay, that's cool as I'll get up.
All right, now I need to find the pages, Eddie, and send it to us so we can color them. I'm going to scribble all outside the lines and ruin your pretty pictures.
I can't find it. But, yeah.
Yeah, so my I forgot he's in 2 books, but yeah, I guess I'll tell the story.
It says
For
Map
anybody-
Pioneers. That's what Sean said it is.
So for anybody, Eddie, you might not have heard the story. So my dad has been inducted into 2 different martial arts Hall of Fames. My dad and my brother, when I was a kid, like a young kid, like from the time I was 1 to about 9 or 10, they competed religiously, even before I was born, in sparring. And my dad at one point was ranked number 3 in the state of Texas for sparring. Mikey was one of the top ones in sparring, and kata. So they did it for years. And my dad, in 2014, was inducted to his first Hall of Fame for multiple disciplines, because he's trained under the Chuck Norris system first, and then the system that I know, which is the one that I trained under, with Master Demarius. So that's my dad's history. My brother has been asked to join the Hall of Fame. My brother doesn't think he's worthy of it, as much as, even though my dad and I and Master Gary Lee have tried to tell him many times that yes, he is. So, but there's me bragging about my dad for a little bit and whatnot. And you can ask Jay, who, when he come over, there were about 400 or 500 trophies in the house growing up. And they got rid of most of them when we moved from that house, just because we didn't have the room. So we took a picture out. I think we took a picture out in the front yard of them in the middle of all the trophies and whatnot. So the one that my dad still has to this day is the one that's as tall as Jay.
So
I'm not exaggerating.
We're almost 5'5".
So not very.
It's almost 5. That's taller than me. Ed, don't say it.
Hey, okay. Eddie's got a black belt in Aikido.
Nice.
Here, let me see if I'm doing this correctly.
I don't have my glasses on. Why am I trying to
Here
look
we
at
go.
anything?
I'm going to.
Holy cow.
What's that?
That's even better than the picture.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jessica Court is amazing.
Jeez Louise, man. Like, I would take, if Jenna's not taller than him. Holy cow.
The trophy.
Like that, holy cow. Like, I would totally take that as a poster or a print of some kind. That is so ridiculously good.
When I saw this, I was just like, there's no way this is not a cover. And sure enough, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and say this, Jay. That's cover of the year for me. Period. Like, cover of 2024 for me right there.
Like,
oh, wow.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, did I can't remember if you said what it was. I'm just gonna make it bigger. I can't remember what it was an homage to. And something just broke.
Yeah. But yeah, geez. How much was that cover on the show?
Oh God, dude, I don't remember. Usually the covers are like $149.99 MSRP and $65.
If that was under $100, that's a steal. Like, holy God. All right, Mr. Nove, I'm gonna say it again, dude. If that cover comes up missing, don't come to Texas looking for me, because I won't be here.
All right. So,
all right,
I'm gonna take this off, get us back on here, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I think something fell in the kitchen. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Dang, I don't even have a topic to talk about right now. Yeah, Mr. Nove, dude, you got like cover of the year, bro. Holy cow. Jeez Louise. Okay, let me think. Sorry, guys, I'm not very good at having a topic to talk about when Jay jumps off like this. Eddie, do you want a Halloween special for comic book stuff? I'm trying to think of who would be a good one. And what spawned that for me, by the way, Eddie, was I'd be kind of curious. I would like a Team Red holiday special. Yeah, $60 for that is ridiculous, dude. But a Team Red holiday special with, Deadpool, Spider-Man. That's a fair one, dude. But if you bring something up, just let me know and I can talk about it. So.
Hi. I was trying to figure out how to do this. I'm not doing it very well, am I?
Hit V and it'll turn the camera on.
You said V?
V, yeah.
Hi. I had to borrow Jay for a minute. I'm sorry, guys.
So.
Down at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, I see it now. Okay. I accidentally shattered a plate on my foot.
Is your foot okay?
Just a little bruised. No
Okay.
cut. So I'm
That's
okay.
better.
Jay's gonna keep me from, because I am actually very tired. So he's gonna keep me and the dogs from cutting ourselves. So.
Well, that's better. If you remember when the wine bottle fell on my foot
Oh.
years back, and I wasn't as lucky. It sliced my foot.
I lost half my quesadilla.
That sucks. Nothing like a very good Munster and
Pepperoni.
Oh, it's Munster and pepperoni?
Mm-hmm. It was the last of the Munster and pepperoni.
So I proposed a holiday special to Jay earlier.
Okay.
I want Team Red as a holiday special.
I thought they did do one. Didn't they?
Deadpool, Wolverine, or Deadpool, Spider-Man, and Daredevil.
Yeah, I thought they did.
I haven't seen one. I'm talking about a lot, like for like Disney Plus or MCU stuff.
Oh, hey Ed. No mere plate can harm Jenna.
But instead of doing the usual stuff, because Christmas is too obvious.
Mhm.
Like I'd imagine a Valentine one would be great, or
They did it.
or a Halloween one would be hysterical.
I thought they did Hanukkah
Not with Team Red.
in the comics.
No, I'm talking about like on
Oh, on air. I'm sorry.
live action.
Live action. Okay.
Yes. No, see, yeah, I don't know what they've done with Team Red. Jay's the expert on Team Red.
You know what? I'm thinking of Deadpool and Hawkeye. That's what I'm thinking of.
See, I would have a Deadpool and Spider-Man, but
They did do Deadpool and Spider-Man Hanukkah, I thought. I would like to see a Spider-Man, Harley Quinn, and Deadpool Hanukkah. With the season coming up.
nice. A holiday special with Scotty Young style heroes? Yes.
Yes.
Animated.
That'd be so fun.
Now, my question though, Eddie, is: are you talking about like a comic where Scotty draws the whole thing, or are we talking about like an animated Scotty Young type thing? Because then it's like, well, that would be awesome. Because now it's just like we talked about. Oh, if you remember from last time, Eddie, we need an animated.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Oh, it's low key describing what did you come up with? Is that Kyle?
Yeah, because you didn't see the next thumbnail for the next producers live sale, but he put him and Jay's faces on the Brothers poster, the movie. So he has another one that he's coming up with.
Oh my god, that's great.
Okay, Eddie, I like Eddie. Both is good.
Both is good. Both is good.
For sure.
Is it less deadly in the kitchen for me now?
Yeah, those plates, when they shatter, they don't really like disperse a whole lot.
Okay. I'm just sad that no more.
So going way back to what he was talking about earlier about the live action How to Train Your Dragon trailer. Boss supreme move having Gerard Butler who voiced the character, play the character in the movie.
Yes.
Yep, 100%. But I can't wait to see it because the only reason why I even checked out the trailer is because Jenna literally in bold capital letters is like, "Have you seen the live action Toothless yet?" I'm like, "No."
You left it in there.
Okay.
And then,
I think it looks really good.
Yes, I agree. Just like have you seen the updated Lilo and Stitch live action Stitch poster?
Yes.
So
look who you're talking to. It's like one of the few things that I am still up to date on.
Oh.
Never saw. I'm sorry, you never saw what? I need you to be specific. Never saw Lilo and Stitch or never saw How to Train Your Dragon? Because I will sit down and I will watch it right now if we could. Both of them. All three of the How to Train Your Dragon movies are legit, like,
I have not watched the third one yet.
Oh, dude, that ending.
Because I haven't got a chance to see the kids or the. I don't even know what the white version of him is called. Who's his girlfriend? He hasn't seen either one, Jenna.
Hold on. I'm sorry, either one of what? Lilo and Stitch or?
He hasn't seen Lilo and Stitch or How to Train Your Dragon. Is basically what he's telling you.
What are you doing?
Well, Kyle told me to check your thingy.
Check my thingy.
Hold.
Yeah. When Kyle says it's low-key disturbing what he came up with.
I was looking for it. I didn't see it pop.
Somebody is outside my apartment with a very loud, nice-sounding V8.
Forget you, Facebook.
Yeah, go to Firefox. Get through the Firefox.
Oh, I see. I see what I'm doing
Click the
wrong.
plus button.
Here we go.
Oh, you have it like that. Okay. No
what I think
words.
that is.
I think so.
Okay, well, we got the link for their show tomorrow.
I will get out of the way, guys. I probably do need to go to bed. Love y'all.
Just gonna eat the pizza and the wings that they left on the counter.
Okay.
Oh,
Stay.
so
Stay.
I was gonna say, man, I should have left you a little list because weren't you gonna talk about the book you got?
Yeah, so you can send it to me. I've got my Facebook open. Okay, before I do though, yeah. So anybody, new book. You've heard us talk about them a million times on live streams and videos and et cetera, because we love them. But it's a new book from Bad Bug, from our buddy Alan Dunford. He also wrote this with Bill Stoddard. But this is the new book I got. And cannot wait to read it. I love ancient Japanese culture, so something like this for me is going to be exciting. And then I'm gonna let Jay borrow it so he can read it because it's Alan, and Alan can't do any wrong as far as I'm concerned when it comes to writing. And that's not just because he's my friend; it's literally because he writes that good stuff. Oh wow. Okay. Is everybody ready for this? Or Kyle, should I show this on stream? Because I've got it downloaded. I can show it. What do I do, Jay? Is it screen share or presentations? You're muted.
Do it in presentations.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't send me the thumb. It just sent me the link.
Okay. I got you. 1 second. Wait, where the hell did it download to?
Oh, now it showed up.
Okay.
I get this right. I'm still working out the bugs in this system.
I'm more or less trying to figure out, though, why this is not showing up for me.
Because Jay sometimes...
No, it's I downloaded it, but for whatever reason, I can't find it when I try to upload it.
There we go. I'm even gonna take the chat off just so everybody can.
There we go. Nope. Wait, let me come out. There it is. Yeah. Oh man.
Who loves you and who do you love? Or I probably said that backwards. It's been a while.
That's great. Oh man. Well, Kyle, we Jay and I have a thumbnail that's coming at some point where it's the it's an homage to the one where somebody's holding him up with like one hand above him. I forget what comic that was. But yeah, we've got stuff coming. Oh man. Don't know why my neck hurts. Anyway.
Please don't check his thingy with the cam on. Jeez. But yeah, the link to that show, for whatever reason, I just saw the thumbnail and I forgot to put the date. So it's tomorrow at 6 Eastern, 5 Central.
Yeah.
Make sure you check that out. We want to do more of these pop-up shows. And that was amazing. I wish I knew where the file was right off hand. I showed it last time. Yeah, I did show it last time. Where he put me on Superman's body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. We have that.
So, we hold on. I got to get my book. So I did a short the other day, and unfortunately, didn't really go over as well as the Swamp Thing one. And the short was Etrigan, the Demon comics I should read. Funny enough, I actually found the Demon number 11 or 12 randomly in my stuff while I was doing the inputting, and it's like him and Lobo in the same book.
Oh Lord.
So I figure we don't have a lot of people in here, but I kind of want to make it a habit so I can remember to do this near the end of the show. I might need to start doing it towards the beginning since we do go so late.
Yeah.
But I want you to tell me what we should put on.
You just made the list.
Yes, any suggestions of books that you think we should read? Or if you got a YouTuber that you check out. Like, you don't have to put anything now. I'm going to start doing this towards probably closer to the beginning of the shows from now on, since, like I said, we do go longer than most. But it's a segment that I want to keep doing because there's something that you might read that I've never heard of. Like, I've heard of From Hell, and I have that written down. Yes, thank you. Don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe. Come the stream is over. Maybe tomorrow, because it'll be super late by then. Drop us a comment in the comments. Let's be repetitive, why don't we?
Yes.
Apparently
It went to
helps-
the school.
helps the algorithm that I still will never understand.
The algorithm is hateful.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, that's cool. There are some orange glasses made to see under the water. My doctor thinks it may help me see black and white because it's not only tense but removes glare. Yes. Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. So eventually, like I said, I've been writing down the stuff that people have been suggesting. Still going to have some more shorts where I do a mix of things I think you should read, things you should think I should read. They're still doing okay. Like, they're doing okay enough to where I'm not like going to totally abandon them. But still want to do the shorts. Still want to do my trailer reactions. I want to find some kind of long form thing to do. I was supposed to start in my own head. I was supposed to start chopping up some of our segments on here, but we're so off the rails that it's hard to cut it off when there's a singular thought. So, but lots of big plans. Like I said, Saturday is going to be the main day. If I can't do it, I'll definitely let y'all know. I think we're going to be going somewhere this Saturday, but I'll let everybody, or this coming Saturday, but I'll let everybody know beforehand just in case. But if not, it'll be me. It'll be somebody in the chat.
Yep. I'll be stuck at work, so I for sure won't be here next week.
Yeah.
Week after that, though, and if we're lucky and not really lucky, but by that time, Superman Lois might have ended.
True.
And that might be the big special.
Yeah, there's definitely. I got some ideas already in my head for that. I just need to take the pictures. Eventually, I'll get a haircut too, because it's getting wild. So
You have to leave the house for that, though.
well, I got to leave the house for a haircut.
That's what I said. You'd have to leave the house to get it.
Yeah. I've gotten haircuts before.
Yeah, but it feels like you haven't left the house in months.
Ah, if only that were true.
I know.
Like, got most everything I need.
Uh,
Well, folks, it feels like this might be I say shorter, but it's still, by the time it's all said and done, probably going to be close to 4 hours long. But if I would have gotten a little more sleep today, I probably could keep going, but I'm running out of topics, running out of things to say.
he's running out of brain power.
Yeah, like I still need to, when I get done, before I go to bed, do my clips for the shows. I got to do my 3 Monday clips. That way, tomorrow I can wake up whenever I wake up, and then do the clips for Tuesday.
Witch Doctor, Dead Duck.
Jay Fosgate, all right.
One of
Winnebago Graveyard.
I've heard of Winnebago Graveyard. Don't remember what it's about, but Dead Duck sounds like okay. Send me a picture of that list. I'm looking it up too. Can never have too many. Feels weird for me to say that, but can never have too many good horror titles when it comes to comics.
And I've heard somebody said something about Infidel last time. I think that was actually Ed. It was either Ed or Fable.
Yeah. And then, like I said, for anybody who heard me earlier, my recommendation is The Colonized, because aliens and zombies, and it's a comedy. That's all you need to know. Ugh.
I know could be. I like it a lot. Yeah. I was kind of hoping while I was doing this that you'd have one more thing, one more pitch.
Yeah. Who? Me or Ed?
You.
Oh, one more pitch and what?
Just anything, so I don't look so awkward trying to copy this stuff down. And we're just sitting.
Oh gosh, what else have I got? It's new. Screw it. We've been touting it the last few weeks. Read the Absolute Universe. Absolute Batman #2 just came out. Phenomenal. Jay, have you had a chance to read that yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. But phenomenal. Absolute Superman, phenomenal. Absolute Wonder Woman was great. I think Absolute Wonder Woman #2 should be the next one that's coming, if they're going to follow the order that they did everything in. So we'll see.
Here, I made it even easier. I took a screenshot and sent it to you.
All right, that'll work.
Yeah, no. It's really not that. I got very terrible sleep, and I thought I was going to take a nap, but then I remembered, I still got the pop-up show with Kyle. I worked through that, and then after that, I was like, you know what? I got like an hour and a half. I could take a nap before this show, and then our nieces are here, so it's kind of wrangling them up. So if it's not so much boring, it's literally even I run out of steam.
Yeah. When you've been up for almost 18 hours, and you were up for probably about that long before, and only got 3 hours of sleep, you tend to get tired.
Yeah, because like I said, at 3:00 the other morning, my brain was like, "Hey, man, let's start categorizing, or not even categorize. Well, start uploading our comics to League of Comic Geeks, so you kind of know what you have for once."
Ooh. All right, before we leave, I'm definitely going to tackle this one.
Yeah.
Okay. This is going to be a bit of a. Well, hold on. I got two I got the same hero, two different villains. Daredevil. I want Daredevil at first to go head to head with Joker because I'd be curious to see how that plays out. And then Daredevil and Toyo Harada. If I were to do another because we're all big Valiant fans. Let me think.
Oh no, that's great.
An hour drive. That's what it's like if we were to drive to visit each other. It's about an hour each way.
So I'll do a wild one.
Go ahead.
Green Arrow versus Dr. Silk.
Ooh, that would be an interesting one.
Just because I love archers, man. I feel like archers don't get enough love. They're just the dudes with the sticks.
Yeah.
Or Hawkeye versus Deadshot.
That would be an interesting one. Here, okay. I don't know if we'll consider this one off the wall. Exo and Sinestro.
Well, they're both outer spacey.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, for the concept that doesn't work, that totally works. Having a dude in an alien suit,
yeah,
versus an actual alien could be fun. I did find one of my amalgam, like I had another amalgam comic called Bullets and Bracelets. Ooh. And it's I can't remember what they call the Punisher, but he's a blonde dude and a Wonder Woman on the cover.
Oh, yeah, I forgot what she was, yeah. Crap, I just had it. What was it? How about Batman versus Sentry? Two out there?
Well,
because Batman.
I think Dan actually paired these two up before.
Oh, okay.
It was either Dan paired them two up or Sentry and Moon Knight.
Oh God, who? Oh, Moon Knight. Oh God, who would it? Okay, I'll go team up here. I want Moon Knight and Dr. Fate to team up in something. Like that to me now, that's a fascinating concept for me right there. There's my amalgam character called Moon Fate. I don't know. I actually wouldn't know what would be a good one.
Punisher versus Full Killer would be a good one.
Ooh, yeah, that would be a good one. Two Exo and Quantum Woody is.
Can you jump? Well, hold on. Are they like a volume 1 and 2? Because I mean, it's not that hard because there's like a recap page. But if it's like a number, like a volume 1, then you're very good to go.
Yes. God, Quantum Woody is so good though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Valiant makes it really easy when they set up their new series to give you like a recap to kind of let you know what's going on.
Yeah.
For me, you know, I read the way older stuff back in the day, but I didn't actually collect any until it was like the 2012, 2014 runs.
Yeah.
And then I've collected them since then.
Yeah, and you turned me on to Valiant because that's when they used to do dollar debuts.
Yeah.
And I bought 3 of them that day. Do you see that they're doing special like artist limited editions for the Exo number 0 that we both have? Yeah, they're doing that. Volume 5 and 6 and volume. Ooh, wait, Constantine and the Joker?
For me, Constantine by a mile.
Yeah, Constantine. Yeah, he destroyed. Now, if you did some weird thing where it's like Constantine versus Moon Knight, even though Moon Knight's not a villain, that'd be interesting.
All my exos are right over there. I'm trying to remember.
It's volume. It sounds like he's getting into Armory Wars when you're getting into those volume numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you'd be like completely and utterly lost, but that feels more like I would try to get. You could read it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying wait on it, but I also have a feeling that you might like them so much, you're going to be like, okay, now I need 1 through 4, and then 7 through whatever.
Gertrude versus
Gertrude.
Go. If that's Gertrude from
Yes,
I Hate Fairyland, yes.
Necron, I'm not overly familiar with, but I'm trying to think if that's the Lantern, if that was a Black Lantern, but I can't remember.
Hulk versus Doomsday would just literally be a book of Hulk mad and them punching each other, and it would look awesome. What about here's one for you, Jay. What about someone like Pretty Violent,
Gamma Ray,
and God, I'm trying to think of a super serious villain that would just be utterly hilarious. Oh, I just put her. Fuck it, just let her have Kingpin.
well, that'd be no contest. That'd be yeah, that'd be.
Oh man, yeah. No, but if you like those, I think you'll really like Quantum and Woody. That volume 1 was hysterical, and you'll like it so much you've got to keep going so you can get the goat.
Yeah, like I have the first volume of the original Christopher Priest MD Bright run. Very controversial with parts in it, still funny. That 2012 run though is peak for me because it really dives into the two of them being adopted brothers.
Yeah.
So
Rebirth has. I don't know much about Rebirth Hal Jordan, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't.
He for me, he didn't feel too different from any other Hal, but it's been a long time since ever because you have.
I have volume 1.
Yeah, you have volume 1. I have issue 1.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it went. We collected a lot of the issue 1s. And we collected the trades.
And then trades, yeah. Then I just fell off of Rebirth completely.
I kind of miss Rebirth, man. Like, I'm glad they're doing the absolute and the all in stuff. I think that's really gonna put them back on track. But man, I gotta be honest, I was getting kind of tired of seeing Dark Knights and Metal and things like that.
Yeah.
We did zombies, we did vampires, then we did Dark Knights of Steel. And it's kind of like, all right, let's.
Yeah, the whole character crossover or team up things, we can go on with that for days. We can turn that into a short series.
Well, pretty sure we have some old Triangle of Truth videos where it's team ups in same universes, team ups in different universes.
Yep.
Way back in the day.
Yep. And we'll just bring them back.
Like start of the channel. See and that's very interesting because he's going all the way back. He's going all the way across spectrums of media. Because I could say King Shark versus Bruce the Shark.
Nice. Oh, is it? We weren't limited to just comic universes. It could be any universe.
I think that's what he was saying. We just kind of went with.
Oh well, fuck that. Give me Constantine versus Pinhead. Oh, I hear the pup. Yeah.
Superhero from any platform and go ahead to villain with any platform. So
Oh, okay.
superhero,
Yep. All right. Constantine versus Pinhead.
John Wick versus everyone.
I mean, why not at that point? Oh,
Guessing one of the girls woke up.
Voltron versus
Shallow Hal. Shallow Hal versus Big Barda.
Oh God, what is the main character's name in Brutal Legend?
Eddie.
Him versus somebody.
Oh man, Brutal Legend is such a fun game.
Yeah. What is the dog barking at?
They're picking on him. Poor boy.
Goofball. John Wick and Punisher just.
If they teamed up, that'd be the most amazing comic. It's John Wick and Punisher versus the universe.
Yes.
So bring on aliens, predators, whatever.
Yeah. We'll take it. Always bet on Eddie.
I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not. He's not. Ooh. I'm trying to think. We need to put Delta Squad against somebody. I'm trying to think of who.
Put them versus the Yacha, the Predators.
Oh, yeah, that would. Okay. There's one for y'all.
Of course, when he says Delta Squad, he's talking about from Gears of War.
Gears of War, yes.
I'm done. I'm surrendering. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'll buy you a new dog. I didn't even hurt your dog, but I'll buy you a new one.
Yeah. Offer him Puppo. Here.
Well, I don't know about all that.
No.
I will help you. I won't apologize. I will help you.
Mm-hmm.
Point me in the direction.
Yep. Hand me one of your Glocks. I'm good to go. Let's rock and roll.
I will fight people with a broken ruler for you.
Oh. Well, we've got just about a minute left. We're going to hit that 4-hour mark.
That's right. Again,
thank you for that last spurt, Eddie, that got us that last 15 minutes.
Again, these are always fun. Had I gotten a little more rest in the last couple of days, because it's been crazy too. Because so the other day I went to set thumbnails in StreamYard for the experience, and I couldn't set any. That's one of the things that I do is when thumbnails get made, I go ahead and set them for the week. And StreamYard was just like, nah. And then for Facebook does not want us to set up streams. So what we were having to do was when we started the show, we'd have to go in and add Facebook. So it's been a crazy week.
Eddie, I think everybody was like that. Nobody expected John Wick to take off like it did, and it was epic.
To be honest, I thought it was going to be, a watchable movie. I didn't think it was going to be like terrible, but what it turned out being was just like, okay, you got my attention now.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to watch 4?
Man, I can't even remember the last one I watched.
I mean, I'll sit down for a weekend with you and watch all 4 of them back to back to back to back. No problem. I love them.
Sorry, they were chasing each other.
Is that what all the barking was?
Yeah, they were chasing each other.
I thought one of the girls had woken up or something.
No, he was trying to play with Penny.
Oh, Lord.
And it was so cute because they were back and forth each other on the bed. Like he jumped up and he was going back and forth following her on the bed. He got her. And she got him.
Goofy.
And they wore themselves out and started and I would like a bath.
Good.
Yeah.
That'll make it easier for everybody to do the sleeping.
Yep.
Ugh. I'm so sore. He wiped his eye boogers all over Penny.
Yeah.
Started this.
Yeah.
That's what started this. All right. I'm going to go. Is it going to disrupt you if I start?
Yeah.
Back?
Shouldn't.
All right. I love you.
Love you too.
Where did you get this car? Oh, fucking. Sure as hell killed his dog. Oh, here, that's what you did. He killed his dog, huh?
I heard you hit my son.
But yes, sir, I did.
He stole John Wick's car and killed his dog.
Oh.
Whoa. Click. I think that actor passed away. The guy who played the father.
Did he really?
I think he died.
Son, it's not what you did that angers me so. It's who you did it to.
Who?
But
Yes.
that effing nobody, that fucking nobody is John Wick. Oh, man.
It's just one of those movies, man. It's just one of those movies. Like I'm gonna be super honest. This is nowhere to me kind of in the same realm as John Wick, but it kind of makes me feel this way. The first Expendables movie. I didn't expect to enjoy that movie as much as I did.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought I was like, oh, cool. It's just an homage to all the 90s, 80s, and 90s action heroes just having a nice little send-off.
Now, I think they took that one a little too far. But the first one was a guilty pleasure of mine.
First one was great. Second one was solid. Third one was like, well, you started getting interesting because it's like, okay, what action star are they going to call back?
Yeah, 100%. 100%, Eddie.
But yeah. Well, all right, folks. Jay is definitely getting the tired.
As much as I hate to, and I'd love to keep going, I am.
We're have to end it at a measly 4 hours, folks.
Yeah. I don't want the quality to drop as much as it's fixing to, because my brain is just going, here we go, Looby Loo.
Yeah. But for real, as always, thank you for sticking with us and chatting. Seriously, we did not expect that when we started this, that the streams would do as well as that the streams would do as well as they are. Not only just for the live aspect of it, but apparently people seem to like it a lot, that it's getting a lot of rewatches.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that y'all just want to listen to us talk for the shortest stream we had, we won't count Jay's first experiment. If you want to, then yes. But nothing else has been under 2 hours. So,
and you don't ever have to be sorry about. We love the fact you talk. It's us that I was not prepared for today like I usually am.
None of us were. But today was on me, though. I woke up early to make a big purchase, and it screwed me up. So, but for real, though, heartfelt thank you from all of us to everyone in the chat. Y'all are the reason why these lives have been a success.
Yeah.
And yes, to us, these are a success. We honestly thought a couple people might be in here checking out with it. No, we didn't expect everybody to be here for 4 or 5 hours and to get the people that we've gotten. So a heartfelt thank you. Literally, that's been the highlight of our year outside of the name change and everybody embracing that the way they have. So that just tells us we made the right decision. That was a hard decision to make,
Yeah.
but we appreciate y'all embracing everything and what we're doing. So I will not be here next Saturday. I will be back 2 weeks from now. I should be. Next week I'm only off Sunday and Monday. So those are my days off. So I might see some of y'all on the Monday chats on the experience. Check it out. Give Jay the support, give Kyle the support, give everybody over there the support because they are all amazing people. And for Jay and Jenna and Puppo, I'm Sean. We'll catch you guys later. Peace out, everyone.
Hold on, because I had one more thing. I know I messed that one up. I was trying to get it in there. I will let everyone know by Wednesday, Thursday, if I'm going to be here Saturday. We might be going out of town. I don't remember the day exactly. So just in case, I'm gonna check first before I say anything. So, and I'll still have Sean make a cool thumbnail, even though he's not going to be here.
Yeah.
Okay, now you can say goodbyes again.
No, I already did it. Your turn.
Okay, well, for Sean, for myself, for Jenna, for the rest of the chat, thank you so much. Hail Hydrasylum, because I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Hail the chat, and we will catch you next time. Later.